And our quorum, but we do have a quorum. So I would like to call this meeting to order, and I'll sit down. Okay, so today I welcome everyone here. I, Gail Robinette, President of the Cambria Community Service District Board of Directors, hereby call a special meeting of the Board of Directors pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think our whole building slopes. Okay, I have decided this building is settling and slopes this way, because otherwise I just sort of keep rolling back to the stage for some other reason. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay, we do have a quorum this morning. We have two directors absent, Director Thompson and Director Barringer. Director Thompson is away from Cambria. He's not in Cambria, so, and I'm hopefully, because perhaps the 10:30 in the morning meeting may have been a problem, perhaps Director Barringer will be coming along, so we hope so. Okay, do we have a report from closed session?
Madam President, we did have closed sessions regarding labor negotiations, both with SEIU and IAFF, but there is no reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we begin, it is a special meeting, so there's not the public comment on anything but what's on the agenda under our jurisdiction, only things that are on the agenda. And those public comments will be called based on the item that you identified, so we'll have that as we usually do. So when the item comes up, then we'll have the public comment. We have a question. I'm sorry, what? Would you care to speak to this?
Yes, Madam President. Public comment on special meeting agendas are restricted to the items on the agenda, so I believe you're going to handle it with regard to each item specifically. There'll be public comment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a mistake. Thank you. Okay, so in case there's any more unclarification, though, the public comments will be heard related to the item that you wish to speak to. Okay, before we begin, I also want to announce on item 6A, and I believe there were some people that were planning to speak on 6A, that is still in discussion with county, and so we are continuing to a date uncertain, and it is not on the agenda for this morning. Okay, so we will begin then with the yes, go ahead.
Since it was listed on the agenda, I would suggest that even if we're going to continue it, that if there's any public comment on it, that public comment be allowed.
Okay, and Mr. Carmel, is that acceptable?
It's at your discretion, Madam President, but yes, it's acceptable.
Okay, and we do have one person, I think, that does want to speak on. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just because if we take an action such as continue it to a date uncertain, that's an action. But I do think that since it was on the agenda and people might have come prepared to speak on it, that you allow public comment on it.
Fine, we can. I think that's acceptable. Okay, so when we do get to that point, we will hear public comment, but it is not going to be any action taken on it today. Okay. Moving then into, and also I noticed on the consent agenda, we didn't have the opportunity to pull any items, but before we move into the manager's report, are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone on the board wants pulled for further discussion? Yes, Director Rice?
Yeah, I actually, I'd like to have them not, all three items to not be on consent. I need to have some questions answered on these. And it seems to me if we're authorizing additional monies to be spent, I don't know, I was surprised to see them on consent was kind of where I was coming from.
So you want to have some time devoted to each of those?
I do have some comments on them.
Okay. All right. So when we...
If that's acceptable, and I know we don't want to be having a long meeting, but I do want to make sure this is one of our most important responsibilities, and one of our main goals this year is to get this project, the regular permitting, at very least well underway, and we also have a responsibility fiscally. So I think it seems to me that it's our responsibility to actually have a discussion for the benefit of the public to know where we stand on these additional changes.
Good enough. Okay, so then when we get to that, but first we'll start now then with item 3, the manager's report, and followed by any board reports that we have.
Madam President, board members, I have nothing to report other than we need to be finished by, if at all possible, 2:45 for closed session. Our labor representative is available between 3 and 4 on the telephone, and so if we could accommodate her schedule, she wanted me to pass on to you that would be sincerely appreciated. So if we could wrap it up by 2:45. If not, we'll text her or email her or send her smoke signals or something and tell her we're running a little bit over. But that's really all I have to report, Madam President.
Okay, we do have public comment, however, on 3A, which are ad hoc.
I do have one ad hoc committee report.
Okay.
Director Berenger and I met with Directors McLaughlin and Gray from the Healthcare District. We established a kind of a format and are putting together each of our ideas relative towards the response to the grand jury report. We'll meet again Friday morning to kind of compare, see if there's differences between it so that we have some kind of a coordinated statement that each can make. And we'll bring that back to the last meeting this month and for approval for then so that we can answer the grand jury.
Okay, and we have 2 public comment on 3A, and so let's go ahead and hear from those people. No other reports before we do that on any, did you want to give an update on Vice President Cliff? Did you want to give an update on the NCAC election?
No.
Okay. Okay. They did have an actual election, and I think probably everyone does know that outcome, but I suppose when you come back from the meeting, you'll have that to share. Okay. Director Rice, no meetings to report on. Okay. Then on 3A, we have then 2 people requesting public comment, and so we'll start with Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I simply want to observe that it might be premature to have this meeting so early after your last meeting and put such a burden on the staff to produce another agenda. Many mistakes are made in the agenda, and I hear no reports from the general manager, so I assume nothing significant has happened since your last meeting. I hear no reports from water or wastewater. I am urging you to revise your bylaws so that if you desperately need to be paid the extra money for an extra meeting, that can be done without actually having the meeting, because the meeting is premature given the preparation for the meeting. So it's just a friendly suggestion, Madam President, that maybe you didn't really need this meeting as it's stipulated in the agenda. And if you did, if it has to be today rather than just do it at the end of the month, I would really like to hear why. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on public comment, Tina Dickinson.
I would echo Ms. Bettenhausen's
Monique.
remarks. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I have no clue as to why you called this meeting with 2 directors missing, hardly anybody here. It's at 10:30 in the morning. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's a waste, or another waste of our ratepayers' money. If 6A is to be removed from the agenda, then why is there a sheet out there, an addendum for that very item? It's right out there on the table. This is not a well-planned meeting. This is total lack of competence in my regard. Not only about this, but the entire EWS project. It's a disaster, and I wish that folks had really paid attention, including 3 directors that showed up for a January 2014 Cambrians for Change, another alternate solution of off-stream storage. We would have been way further ahead. This thing is shut down. We have no way of knowing when it's coming back. And yet you're considering, I see today, and I'll be here for that agenda item, a repeal of the restrictions. So I'm very anxious to see what 3 of you, mind you, have to say on that. But to call a meeting at 10:30 in the morning as a special meeting and half of it be just tossed aside is a waste of my time. It's a waste of the ratepayers' money and everyone who's sitting in here, and AGP as well, who we're paying. Thank you.
Thank you. No other public comment on 3A?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Director Rice.
if I may speak to my understanding of this special meeting, the impetus was to look at the initial proposed budget, and we tossed a few extra things on here to complement the budget discussion that we're going to have, partially because we are trying to keep our monthly meeting to less than 6 hours per time. And I believe, it's my understanding this extra meeting wasn't meant to be a full meeting, but rather to consider the budget. And because of the urgency of the tree permitting, that's why that was put on here. And because of additional things having to go on with the emergency water supply project, that's why those things were added, if I'm not mistaken. And this wasn't meant to be a full meeting with a full manager's report and all of the accoutrements.
I agree.
Essentially.
Yes.
Is that
yes,
correct?
that is the thinking behind the meeting. This is a special meeting. It was identified as a special meeting. It is not a full agenda, but also we do run rather long meetings at times, and so it was also a hopeful thing that we wouldn't be here for some of the very long meetings we have. There were some things that the general manager felt were much more of a time is of the essence, and I think we certainly have the luxury of the time to discuss each of the items under the consent agenda. So I think our time will be well spent focusing on some rather important things this morning, certainly those additional charges that we're going to talk about, and certainly the preliminary look at the budget, where we are, and projections for next year. So thank you. Okay, then we will move. No additional reports then. Under item 3, we'll move to item 4. And I believe we will have then discussion on each of the...
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Director Rice, do you want to handle each one as a separate vote, or do you want to just be able to make comments on each one, and of course we can have public comment on the item anyhow.
They seem to be pretty distinct. I mean, from that, give me one sec to pull. I actually didn't even notice that it was consent when I was studying the because I don't look at the agenda. I just go straight for the packet. So I actually didn't realize, and that's why I had put some together. But it seems to me there's some overlap on the task order 6. I'm concerned that we're double paying, or we're paying it in addition to things that CDM Smith already had agreed under previous task orders. And it's, yeah, so and the RBF is a different.
Maybe it's smart to
animal.
handle them individually then.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think,
if
there's no objection.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I just wondered whether you just had brief comments on it, or whether you really did want to take each one and look at it. And if you want to take each one and look at it, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that.
You want to take each one
If
then? One at a time?
yeah, if there's no
discussion,
objection.
that is fine, sure. Okay, then let's go ahead and start with 4A.
Thank you. Did you want to make a report on the?
I can introduce it if that would be okay with Madam President and the board.
Yes, please do, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President and board. Agenda item 4A is consideration to approve a CDM Smith contract. Excuse me, this is task order 6 for the emergency water supply. The recommendation is approve and authorize the general manager to execute task order 6 to CDM Smith February 7th, 2014 agreement. Bob, you want to take it from here, and I can back you up on anything, or especially the financial impact and things like that. Patrick and I are here to answer any questions with you.
Sure. Thank you, Jerry. Yes, task order 6 is for some additional services that are related quite a bit to the permitting side of things. We have it broken down on page 2 of the staff report into 5 different elements, and I'll just jump right to there. The first is well, they have project management, which they have on every one of the task orders issued today to help manage invoicing, some of the routine things. But item 2 is the post-construction study of the advanced oxidation process. That was a permitting requirement that they do some spiking study of the existing system that was put out there. So that was done by one of their process engineers that came out in the field to get that done to meet the permitting requirement on that. Item 3 is related to additional design for what we've been calling our blending pipeline supply for the lagoon water. The project has a feature designed into it that will put water into the head of the San Simeon Creek Lagoon to protect a habitat out there. And it's been a bit of a moving target for us. There was a draft TMDL study issued by the regional board in March of this year, and we tried to anticipate that because the way the existing system was originally designed, it was just going to take the effluent from the first stage of treatment, which is the microfilters. That really wouldn't take all the elements out that would meet the discharge permit for the lagoon water, particularly when you consider what the regional board's proposing, which are very low nutrient levels. They're concerned about nutrients in the lagoon. So during construction, we added a blending line to take the final product water and mix it in with that microfilter effluent. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of chlorine residual in that water, and we took another look at it and said, okay, we'll put a dechlorination system on it, and that's what this second item is for, is to design that dechlorination system, make sure there's no chlorine residual in that water, And we're also adding a way to aerate that water before it enters the lagoon to make sure we're meeting dissolved oxygen requirements. So that's additional design work that wasn't in the original scope of work or in the original project. And the subsequent staff report 4B, and I don't want to get into that because you want to do them separately, but that talks about the change order to build that part of the facility. Item 4 is continuation of the permitting support that they've been providing to us. We have some very complex permits that have a substantial amount of reporting and analyses that go with that, and they CDM Smith, have been helping us in providing those reports to the regional board, and it's really augmenting our staff and also using their expertise to get those permits done and turned in. And then lastly, similar, we have, I'm sorry, I might have switched 4 and 5 in my head just now. Okay. The longer term one is item 5, and that is for monthly reports that go to the regional board, and also some support for the permitting for that lagoon discharge. So that is the gist of the extra work that they're seeking in task order 6. And if you want me to get into further detail, I can delve into further detail.
Questions, discussion?
Yeah, let me ask a question. At our last meeting, we took away the ability to make payment decisions by the manager under the things necessary to complete the emergency water permit. Would this been one of the things that would have been approved under that process, and is now coming to us because of us taking away that?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion on 4A? Director Rice?
Yes, thank you, President Robinette. On the ongoing reporting, looking at the agreement that we had made with them regarding them being CDM Smith regarding the initial operations support, one of the things that it says that they would be doing would be to assist us in the preparation of reports and such. My concern here is that this is a very complex project. There are a lot of reporting requirements. There are a lot of line items. I do not want to be having these overlapping things where they had agreed to do something, but it didn't get done under the task order it was originally issued, or they did some of it but not all of it, and we've paid them but they didn't finish. I'm trying to make sure that we are not paying them additional money for work they should have already done under the initial contract and agreement with the district. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. We need to be aware that the State Water Board did pass their policy on desalination and the requirements standards on those. They just talked about it this morning at the Coastal Commission. These new standards that have to do with desalination plants, which are different from what we have. We do not have a desalination plant, but we need to be aware that the policies may be policies they will try to apply when we're working on our regular permit. And one of those requirements is you're not allowed to pull extra water just to mix in with your the discharge water to dilute it. You're not allowed to just pull in extra water in order to dilute. So at least that's at the state level, that's the policy. So I want to make sure that we're not going to be building something, this dechlorination system that will end up not being able to be used because of these policies that are going to be in place when we're looking at getting our regular permit. So those are my concerns. It's one of the reasons why we had a very complex agreement with them. Let's not overdo it on. I don't need to nitpick every line. I'm not an engineer, but I want to make sure that the general manager and our engineer are paying attention to that, so we're not they could be charging us money for years and years and years and years to come to get this thing done. So let's make sure we're actually not overlapping things they already agreed that they would do under things they've already been paid for.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Just kind of, I appreciate those comments. And just on that long-term permitting support, I probably should have pointed out that I think 3 of those 4 subtasks in there are really related to supporting the environmental impact report, which is part of the regular coastal development permitting effort. So I'd say 3 of 4 of those tasks that we kind of lumped under this general title, long-term permitting support, are related to the regular coastal development permit and assisting technical support, which essentially would go to RBF in that effort. So we did anticipate that there's going to be follow-up new work as part of that task related to the EIR.
And we already have $150,000 under task order 2 that we paid for the initial study and mitigated neg deck that we still don't have comments on back to us, at least not that I've seen, the responses to the comments that were made back then, because we decided to go with a full EIR. But those responses to the comments that have already been made was supposed to be included in what was already agreed to by, I don't know, either RBF or CDM or both. So I really don't want to be double paying for work that was essentially already, an EIR is definitely a much more expanded, I understand that. It's a much bigger document. We also have a water master plan program EIR, which was supposed to be, we were supposed to be able to tier off of, and that's one of the reasons why we spent the money on that, to prevent additional money having to be spent, because we've already got some of that stuff, and the project-specific EIR is definitely complex, but we've already given CDM a lot of money, and we're talking about giving RBF a lot more because we have expanded it to an EIR, and we want to expand the scope so that we actually have something we can rely on. This is, do you see where I'm kind of, I'm trying to make sure that we're not overlapping things that they already agreed to do and under a certain amount of money, you know?
Yes.
Any further comment? That's
Yes. I have a comment. I'm glad I arrived 2 hours early for my meeting today. 10:30. Anyway, I noticed there's an assumption on page 8 that says that there's going to be 6 monthly reports to be held for January through June. And can we modify that, or was that? In other words, they aren't going to make a report through June. It's closed. It's off for now, right?
Right. And I've spoken with them, and they're willing to split that up so that if it restarts in July, we do the other reports starting in that period. So there'd be a gap in between.
Is this budgeted for this fiscal year, this 308, or is this will it be because it's like an ongoing? We'll see a lot of this will be in next year's budget, or trying to determine what's going on with the.
It's
part
of the loan. It's part of the loan, isn't it?
No.
No.
Is it on? If these are approved, I'm going to bring we're going to bring a budget amendment back in June at the regular board meeting to cover whatever's approved this evening or this morning, and an additional item for the wastewater treatment plant. So there will be a budget amendment proposed in June to cover anything that's approved today.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments before we go to public comment, discussion from the board on 4A? Okay, we have public comment on 4A first. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to thank Director Rice for raising some very important fiscal responsibility questions about this all. Regarding 4A, I want to double check. This $300,000, $308,090, is purely for design work. Nothing will be produced with this money. It is preparation for doing something. So you're saying that we need to pay CDM Smith an additional $300,000 to do what perhaps they should have detected when they were doing the initial design work, task order 1, or amending it with task order 2, 3, 4, and 5. What were they paying attention to when they were doing their work? And why all of a sudden do we have a chlorination problem that they had no idea about earlier? How did they study the water and its constituent elements, both from sewer, which is part of their design for this emergency water plant, and from the natural flow of good dear Mother Earth around San Simeon Creek? What were they studying when they were studying chemical constituents and possibilities of what 9P7 was going to pull up? You've heard me so often, I bore you by repeating my comments. But I do tend to repeat the comments when it comes to $250,000 on the budget line. I hope you will give specific consideration to how they allocate their design costs in item 4A. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Also on 4A, Tina Dickinson.
Well, again, I echo Ms. Bettenhausen's comments, and I thank Commander Rice, Director Rice, for bringing up the issues that she has concerns with, because I certainly do as a Cambrian ratepayer as well. I watched actually the meeting, the State Water Board meeting, the Aqua meeting, and Director Rice is absolutely right that you cannot commingle the commingling of brine waste disposal and your wastewater treatment water. You can't do that. And so as you go forward, and I'm sure Engineer Greshams must be aware of this, but so many mistakes have been made up to this point. We now have a plant that is non-functional. I talked to the regional board this morning, a member of the staff there, and asked when will this plant be operational? He said he assumes that it will be operational in the summer, but there's no guarantee. And I was to ask the CCSD. But as has been the history of my asking questions of the CCSD for the last 8 years, I don't get an answer. So I think the ISMND was never addressed in the way it should have been by the CCSD. There was no EIR. You were warned about all of these issues that you are now facing and more. And when the paper reports $10 million for this project, I take issue with that. I would say that we're up to probably more with the interest to 15, 16, and pushing. So please be honest with us. But right now what we have is a non-functioning plant. When will it be? And now we're going to put more money into a design, like she said, $250,000, Ms. Bettenhausen. This just is absolutely incredible. We're in the red, and we're spending money for things we do not need, and yet for what we do need, apparently there isn't any money. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only two comments we have on 4A, and no further discussion from the board. So
I do have.
Yes, go ahead, please, Director Rice.
This is, doesn't CDM Smith have a responsibility under their agreement to us to actually create a working project? I mean, their engineers, you can't foresee everything. But it also seems to me it's incumbent upon them as professionals to address errors, and not entirely at our cost, because it can't be entirely the district that is at fault. They're the professionals that we've hired to create the project for us. It seems to me that they should have some level of responsibility fiscally and just as professionals to give us the end result of the working project without continually saying we need more management, more money for management. Some of the reports that are in Task Order 6 should have been included under the previous task orders, under the permitting and requirements of reporting that they had agreed to under prior task orders. It's a very confusing, it's a very, very complex and confusing thing when we can't see everything all together. And I appreciate the level of detail that we've gotten when we get some of these details on the line items. And like I said, I'm not an engineer. I'm relying on our staff to provide us with the information and oversight that's needed, because I'm not the professional. But I am the person responsible for making sure the bills get paid, and the bills get paid by these folks and me. And if we can avoid additional expenses because they have a responsibility to fix it, seems to me that we should be asking them to fix it without having to charge us a lot more money.
Yes, Mr. Gresham?
Yeah, I understand your thoughts on that, and I can appreciate the concern over financial responsibility. When we're dealing with some of these larger capital projects, we have to look at what was in the original scope of work and what the design assumptions were at that time. And you know, this was one of those items that was clearly not in their original scope of work when this thing was being built and designed back in last summer. Again, we did get some. We were trying to anticipate the TMDL report as best we could that came out in March of this year by adding this pipeline in, and you know, I think it's reasonable to pay them for the design of this dechlorination system and the dissolved oxygen in view of how the information evolved and what was in the original scope of work. And it's a bit similar, even though it's design build, it's a bit similar to a construction project where a change order occurs and you have to look at, okay, gosh, was this in the original project or not? And in our staff's opinion, it was not part of the original project. So that's where we're coming from with this.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, General
A great
Manager
deal of
Gruber.
this, too, is environmentally and regulatory driven. If you've had a chance to read the Title 22 and Title 27, it's probably one of the most heavily monitored, and it's huge. And so a lot of the things that are being asked of us to do are not being asked by staff, or not being driven by CDM. They're being driven by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the multiple regulatory agencies we're dealing with. You know, after 6 months of operation, you know, our plan is to go back and ask them for a reduction in a plethora of things that we're being required to do now. But because of the area in which it lies and the environmental sensitivity related to ESHA and multiple things, it's being really driven by the regulatory agencies and the environmental elements comprised of this. So, I mean, if we'll probably could come back and say, okay, you know, was it CDM's fault? Was it staff's fault? The bottom line is you can't discharge any chlorination, even if it's 0.1 milligrams or 0.05 or whatever into that body of water. So I can understand. I mean, I really struggle with this amount of money too. I mean, I think staff knows that, and the board knows that. I've talked to the budget committee, and it's concerning, but it's something at this point in time we have to do, and I'm hoping we can have a good, honest, continuous dialogue with the Regional Water Quality Control Board folks, and help them realize that although we're committed to protecting the environment, you know, our purses are only so deep. We only have so much resources, and so we're hoping that once all this information, and this kind of ties into the Task Order 6 about the additional permitting, and let me just comment briefly on that in the reports. When some of the original task orders were approved by the board, there was language in there, and correct me if I'm wrong, it said that some report, I used the word some, I think report writing would be included. And I think at that time, staff and CDM had no idea of how much reports would be required, because at that time the Regional Water Quality Control Board had not approved the Title 22 and Title 27 permits. And when that and they expedited that process through for us as a community. And if you really read through those documents, the report writing and requirements are just very onersome on the district. Now, hopefully, as we transition out of this, and having CDM help us prepare some of those reports, that staff will be able to do those things. But it's data that they require, and it's data that they need to help us and to help them determine what the permit will look like in the future. So, but I do take the $303,000 very, very, very seriously. I really do, and I wish at this point in time we didn't have to expend it, but because again of the chlorine issue and some other things, it's something that we need to continue to support. And we've come down this path. We've come down so far, and we're addressing things that need to be addressed. So we have a long-term, reliable source of water for the community in perpetuity. Will other things come up? Possibly. I can't guarantee they won't, but it's something that staff and the community is committed to, and will continue to address these as they come up while being fiscally responsible. So.
I'd like to comment too. Thank you for that. Just really, and listening this morning to you, to staff, to our board, to our public, I think it would be important. This is a very good and important discussion. It's interesting because, of course, we know why we're here. We know the emergency we were in with the drought. However, I think as we continue, it is worrisome to me too, and to all of us, that these, these continuing charges and adding on do continue to mount up. So what I would like to do to just maybe have a really good handle or understanding when we come back again at another meeting, I would like for Mr. Carmel to review our contractual agreements with CDM Smith, just to look again at what were their disclosures. How much on disclosures did they include? Would there be continuing charges, that kind of thing? And if they're within certainly what we agreed to as a contract, then that's where we are. However, I do think too that again, we are trailblazing on this, as we've been told, and sometimes people applaud that and they're very happy. Other times, though, when we happen to be a situation responding to the drought that perhaps others haven't traveled this journey before, then we continue to have surprises. And clearly these are all surprises. But I would also like to see if we could kind of get our hands around some clarity on how much money it's costing our citizens as we continue. Even, is it possible that even the permitting agencies are also blazing new trails with us? Is it possible that they continue to add on different things for permitting and regulatory requirements and expectations that continue to also keep these bills going up? So I would like to see if we could possibly get our arms around with the various regulatory agencies that do have jurisdiction over what we're doing, and see if they are asking us to do what is already established in statute, or are they actually ramping up the requirements for this plant? And if that's true, I want to know what they are and why, and then I want to know what does that translate into for dollars back to the citizens of Cambria. Because I agree with everyone here that when we come back and see these continuing, really rather expensive add-ons, then what we see is we see that, while we started out with what we thought were the best estimates and bids to cover this, and we were willing to do that, we want to know if we can get a handle on where will it all stop. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to 4B?
Yes, please.
Director Rice?
Under Task Order 2, number 9, and I'm looking at something from, I don't know what date because the date's not on it, but this is from an agenda packet and it says page 102. Sorry, I don't know which month it is, because I just pulled it out of my binder. It says identify permitting requirements and procure permits, and this is task order 2's already been paid for. $123,000 to identify the permitting requirements. CDM Smith, as we heard former Director D'Amico say at the beginning of this process when we hired CDM, they're professional engineers in water. They put in $123,000 for identifying what kind of permitting things they were going to face, and yet we have another $120 here in this task order 6 to do more permitting. So I think there's, and that's both the near term and the longer term. It seems to me they maybe did a not that great job for those $123,000 in task order 2 identifying what those requirements were. And I agree with President Robinette that maybe the regulatory agencies, because if this is a new kind of project, are coming up with things that they wouldn't have been able to. I don't expect CDM to be mind readers of agencies that are making up things as they become necessary. I'm not saying they're not necessary requirements, but these are things that when you're a professional and you make an estimate, you should go and I have to eat it. If I have to spend more of my time and energy to complete a task order that I've told my client I'm going to complete under a certain amount of, I've made that agreement and I didn't get it done, it's just going to cost me extra money. And I'm not going to make as much as I would have otherwise, and I can't just go back and ask for more money. The other thing that I don't see in this agreement is I don't see anything about coordinating with balanced public relations, which is we just, for a 2.5-month period, just signed an agreement. I would imagine that the agreement's now been signed. We, the board approved for.
Madam President, may I just so I want to make sure that what you're referring to as far as permitting support and support of permits in task order 2 is the same permitting that they're asking for additional funds in task order 6. I think we're comparing apples, not apples to oranges.
No, this was supposed to be evaluating what the permits might and the permit requirements might be. That wasn't actually for permitting. That was for evaluating what the permitting would be.
But I think task order 2 and District Council Carmel and Tim or Bob can help me out on this, was as it relates to the Title 22 and Title 27. We're going down a path now with the EIR and the regular coastal development permit, which is something completely different. So the word permit support
I see what you're saying.
Is probably for, not probably, is for two different things. There'll be continuous permitting support as we continue down this process of the EIR and the regular coastal development permit. With regards to the Dean Flores, that's really our responsibility. Our agreement is between us and the CCSD and him, and really CDM is it shouldn't be included in their proposal because that agreement's between the CCSD and Balanced Resources. So, but that does not mean that we won't provide him continuous and ongoing support and information as it relates to the progress that's being made by CDM. But so those are just my thoughts. But I hope that answers your question. And I know Tim has the page that you're referring to on task order 2. And maybe he could provide some additional clarification because these are good questions. I just want to make sure that we're not looking at a previous task order 2 that specifically identified help with our permits as it relates to the early stage of this project and the continued effort that we need relating to the regular coastal development and the EIR. So, but these are good questions, and I think to clarify those would be important.
Thank you. That's what I think. It's the clarification.
Madam President, if I could
Yes.
just briefly comment. I just wanted to assure the board that staff is painfully aware of the potential for overlapping services and duplication of services in these task orders. It's consistently the subject of negotiation with CDM Smith. So it's not as if we're not aware that there are overlaps, and we try to really isolate them with regard to each issue. And again, I think the board, and I'm sure you're aware of this, this is a work in progress. And if you can ask the regional board, they've never been through anything like this. As a result, we do have, constantly new issues arising, permitting issues. And, that's been an ongoing issue with CDM Smith as well. But the contract actually provides specific language for it. I can read it to you. It's the permitting section of the original design-build scope of services. CDM Smith will continue to support CCSD in obtaining necessary regulatory permits for the project. However, any delays to the project or changes to the project design that are a result of an outside regulatory or permitting agency will be a change to the contract. So that's what's actually happening. As new regulations are being imposed and new conditions are being imposed, we have to react to them, and sometimes it requires going back to CDM Smith and looking for their input. But it's a dialogue and it's a negotiation. We don't just, they don't hand us something and we accept it. We usually attack it and dissect it and figure out which parts are new and which parts we've already paid for.
I think I would be satisfied if we got a report that like the one that President Robinette suggested, that gave us an idea of what it was that they've already agreed to do. And I think that would help us. I'm glad to hear staff is doing that. And I think that's a critical thing that I haven't heard in a public meeting until just now, and that's a good thing for the public to know that you're aware of it, and that's a success that you are doing those tasks. I know this is a lot of work here, and I don't know why there's a task order 5 thing in this task order 6, but that's a $24,000 they didn't spend in task order 5 that they added in here.
Can I add?
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, please.
I can explain that one because that came up at the 11th hour. We're asking CDM Smith to improve upon how the water enters into the lagoon area, and that accomplishes several things. It makes sure that every drop of that 100 gallons a minute is going right straight into the lagoon. There's also, it ties into the task staff report 4C, which is the work by RBF. It's going to make the project more, in my opinion, more defensible from an environmental standpoint when you do your EIR work. As you'll see in 4C, there's going to be some work on an Endangered Species Act, Section 7 consultation process, which further protects the district. So there's a regulatory nexus that occurs, and I can get into that when you want to talk about 4C. So that 24,000 was roughly to design that update to how that water enters the lagoon. The other part that I'd like to tag on to what I thought Tim was just mentioning, one of the key words in task order 2 is obtaining, obtaining the permits. So it's like, okay, CDM Smith did the work in task order 2 to obtain the permits, but now we're actually having to execute, what those permits have in them. And that's a lot of the work that we're getting assistance from them, is helping us to execute what the permits already have in them and are requiring that we didn't have as part of task order 2. Task order 2 is actually, let's get the permits, and we didn't know what the conditions were going to be at that time. But now we have to actually execute what those permits call for, and that's where CDM Smith has been helping us considerably, because it's a very onerous task, what's in those permits as far as the reporting level that has to go into them, and so that's a good portion of it. But then again, related to that is a lot of it is dealing with the long-term coastal development permitting need, and to make sure that EIR is defensible, and that the RBF has the support, the technical support from CDM as well. So that's tied in there. So I think we probably overgeneralized in saying, permitting support. We could have been more specific there. So I appreciate the comments. I hope that helps.
And it is the process, isn't it? It is a one step at a time. First to get the permit, and then I think the next level that really becomes quite an expense on all of us is making that permit so, with the requirements. Because we get it, but then it calls for us to do perhaps a lot of unanticipated kind of response that costs quite a bit of money.
And Madam President, I applaud the board for their courage. If we look back a year ago and
We're very brave.
and where we were with this, and you took bold action. The community overwhelmingly supported it through the Prop 218 process, and so here we are, almost the 1st of June, and all the tsunami and monsoons that were and El Niños and whatever that were talked about never came. And the well levels are dropping, and if we wouldn't have built this, we would be in a world of hurt come midsummer or late summer or early fall. And so this journey that we always talk about or continue to talk about is ongoing. The regular coastal development permit, we can assume there's going to be some challenges with that we can assume that it's probably I wish I didn't have to say this, but be appealed to coastal, and we have to finish this. We have to make sure that we don't waver, although ask questions when additional expenses come up. But as I always said, building it was the easy part. Making sure that we have a regular coastal development permit that has conditions in which we can live with and operate under is the next goal that we should be supporting, and that was one of the goals of the board. So, these issues are going to come up every month. Something is going to come up regarding this project, but we'll work through them, and we'll get past them, and we have a reliable and sustainable source of water for the community into the future.
And I need to say this too, and I can't overemphasize that we are all in this together, and I think there's no question that we appreciate your leadership, the work that everyone does on staff. The community, I think, is very much aware of that and what happens here. Where we find ourselves is, again, the unanticipated costs that are going to be included in meeting certain expectations for certain permits is going to happen. On the other hand, we did take action. We have the expectation to keep our community in this route in a place where we're not going to run out of water. And there are a lot of communities in California today, in the Central Valley and in other places, who would really like to be where we are today. And they have definitely their own challenges cut out for them. And if they can learn anything from us, our lessons learned, then we're happy to help them too. Okay, let's move then on to item 4B.
We need to.
Needs a vote.
I thought we were going, are we going to vote on each one separately?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I move
Do I
that-
hear a motion?
Go ahead. You got to read it.
I move that we approve Task Force Order 6 for the Emergency Water Supply Project.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Vice President Clift,
Yes.
Director Banger,
Aye.
Director Rice,
I heard. I'm just thinking. No.
President Robinette,
Yes. And the motion carries 3-1. Okay, item 4B. Are we not on 4B? The people are complaining. Thank you. Can we go to 4B? Thank you. All right, let's go to 4B, and General Manager, would you introduce that, please?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. And board members, item 4B is the subject matter is discussion and consideration to approve a change order to the Emergency Water Supply Project Design Build Contract with CDM Constructors Incorporated, otherwise known as CCI, for the enhancement to lagoon water supply. The recommendation from staff is to approve the contract for the order for enhancements of the Emergency Water Supply Project Lagoon Water Supply, including adding dechlorination treatment and an aeration system, and authorize the general manager to execute a change order for CCI not to exceed the total of $83,268. Bob, you want to take it
Sure.
from here. And
Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks.
Again, this is the actual cost to construct the dechlorination system as well as an aeration system on that water that's going to go to the lagoon. It was a bit of a moving target. We're anticipating some changes are going to occur due, again, to the water quality requirements of the creek, and we have to meet those. When we originally designed the project, we were just using the effluent from the microfilters, which can only do a limited amount to improve the quality of the water that we had concerns over in the long-term scheme of things to be able to meet the lagoon criteria. So we added a blending line during construction that would take the final product water that had been treated by reverse osmosis and be able to mix that in with that microfilter effluent. But in doing so, we discovered that there was a low level of chlorine residual. It was safe enough to drink, but not low enough to go into the creek. And so that's when we realized we had to do a change order to dechlorinate that water further. Again, it was not in the original scope of work on the contract that the bid was based on. So that's why this is seeking your approval for a change order authorization for this amount. And that pretty much sums it up. I can go into further detail if you wish, but that's the gist of what this staff report is covering.
Thank you, Vice President Cliff.
Mr. Grissom, doing this blending of the water that's been dechlorinated, that in effect also would reduce the nitrates from the other, wouldn't it?
We have another project we're doing with the wastewater plant to address the nitrates at the treatment plant. But this does reduce the nitrates further. We still have to do some work at the treatment plant that we are working with. The wastewater department is working very hard on this right now because I've been out there several times this week.
But water pulled from 9P7?
9P7, the way we're attacking the nitrates is twofold. We're gonna attack it at the wastewater plant. So we're going to knock down the nitrate level before it even goes into the perk ponds. But also this blending line will reduce the nitrates further beyond what's coming out of the microfilters. So that was our original concern for adding that blending line.
And you could adjust the amount that is in the processed water to also reduce nitrates if need be, right?
We're addressing that at the wastewater plant overall.
Right, but I understand that. But when the water that comes up and goes through that first filtration, if that still has a unacceptable nitrate level, using processed water to reduce that, you can make that adjustment any amount you want, right?
Yes, you can tailor the amount of blending that's going on
so
to adjust the quality.
So that even though we're going to need to solve the permanent problem at the wastewater plant, we can solve part of the problem by using the system to in effect reduce nitrates that are being put back into the lagoon.
Correct.
Okay.
Director Rice?
We did a hydrogeologic model. We didn't. We had a hydrogeological model made, and I'm assuming we have all kinds of records of testing the quality of the water that comes up out of 9P7. So it seems to me that the initial design should have caught the fact that that water was going to maybe sometimes need to be blended in really dry years, because isn't that what the hydrogeological model was supposed to help us determine? If we match that up with the data that we had from water quality from that area, from that well? Or am I off base?
I don't think you're off base, but we had limited data sets that the CDM process designer was working with, and I've spoken with the process designer on this very question, and he didn't have that high of assumption on nitrates in his calculations. And again, it was something that
But he shouldn't
I
have
felt
had to
that was-
make assumptions, right?
Well, he was using data. He had limited data that he was
I see.
basing his design on. So again, the expediency in which this project went together, we used the data that we had in hand. Again, now we realize we have a need to, go after the nitrates at the treatment plant, which we are, to knock those further down. But that's, again, I look at what was in the original scope of work, and this change order item was clearly not part of their original bid. So we're looking at from a fairness issue, that's why we recommend that you approve the change order item.
And then I just have, President Robinette, one more small thing, two little items that are on here, page 1 of 2 and 2 of 2 under the, on the little teeny print, the spreadsheet. I'm sorry, there's no agenda page on here, but the first one is there's a line item 5 from the very bottom of the first page that says work not identified 10%, and I'm assuming that we had that in prior spreadsheets that were like this, but I couldn't find any that I had that had that kind of thing in it. But I thought I had remembered that that's part of what you do when you're putting together a bid. Is we couldn't come up, we can't think of everything, so there might be some other extra stuff. So 10%, and then there's another one on page 2 that is much more concerning to me, which is overhead and profit of 15%.
Let me take them one at a time, because I've had this argument with CCI in the past about the 10% unknown, and they have a set formula and spreadsheet that they work from that lists this out separately. The way they do their estimating is if they didn't have that line, each separate line item would have that 10% in it. So it's the way they do their estimating. I've had some arguments on this in the past. I've had some outside experts assist me in this argument, but it's just the way that their particular cost estimating software works, and they show that as a separate line item as opposed to putting it into the total amount on each individual line item. That's the best explanation I can offer on how that shows up in their spreadsheet. The overhead and profit, I've seen 10 to 20% standard on that, and I think we can double check that with the contract language, but I think the 15% is within reason.
That is
Wow,
that is
I
an
wish I could charge that.
yeah, that's an
Maybe I'd
acceptable
do that.
It's an acceptable industry range for.
Maybe I'm just having green-eyed monster syndrome or something.
Madam President, may I just comment on one other thing from Director Rice really quick? And that's, Bob had commented about the limited points of data as it relates to the nitrates. Another variable that we're dealing with, too, is the fact that the drought is continuing. And the constituents in the product water coming from 9P7 will always be changing. As our aquifer continues to drop, as that seawater wedge continues to migrate, as the amount of wastewater going into the 9P7 water increases or decreases depending on what the hydrological conditions are, those are things that we're just going to have to address as they come along. So they did have limited data, but there's also the variable of the continued drought and the impact that continued drought is going to have from our source water, which is the 9P7 well. So.
Thank you. We have Director Barnes.
Yes, I'd like to bring something up. Two things. If we didn't have a plant and we had a production well, we took the water from a production well that we drink, we couldn't put that water into the lagoon? In other words, why don't we just take production water before we chlorinate it and put it in the lagoon instead of going through purifying it? Okay, now we purify this water and we're injecting it back in the ground, right? So after 2 months, that water has got to be good enough to put in the lagoon, I would think, without having to microfilter it and everything else. I mean,
What you're saying, help me, so what you're saying is, instead of going through these additional processes and additional expenses, could we not take just groundwater from our San Simeon wells and use that as a mitigation point into the creek?
There you go. You don't have to chlorinate it. You don't have to dechlorinate it. You just use it. And maybe there's even a more basic idea. We created this whole thing ourselves. We said, oh, we're going to put 100 gallons a minute into the lagoon. Some people say we don't need to. It's a mitigation that we only use when we're using the plant. I'm wondering is there a no option? We won't do if the EIR comes out and says we don't have to put 100 gallons a minute in, maybe we're going to save ourselves a couple $100,000. That's just a thought. We're cleaning this water up, putting chlorine in it, and now we're going to dechlorinate it to put it in there. Why don't we just take production water that we have and put it in there for 100 gallons a minute?
I think we need to clarify, too, these are really good questions, where the chlorine is coming from. And I'll let Bob, so the chlorine, the small amount of chlorine is needed to be introduced to inhibit any growth that may occur on the microfiltration components of the unit. So, but Bob, I'm going to let you.
Well, sure. They put a little bit of chlorination ahead of the RO elements to keep biological growth from plugging up the RO elements.
So before you do that, couldn't we take that water and put it in the creek?
Well, you'd have a substantial run of pipeline to use product water instead. So you'd trading off. We already have the pipeline in place from the treatment plant over there. So, that's. I'm sure there's another scheme. We weren't looking at a couple thousand feet of additional pipeline and to get over there. So, to burn some of the water off the production well.
Yeah, and getting back to the fact that we're chasing the tail we created, we just arbitrarily said, "Oh, let's put 100 gallons a minute as a mitigation." Nobody said we had to do that. Did they?
Is that not required?
Well, that was part of the geohydrological modeling, and yes, they said 100 gallons a minute would maintain the levels in the lagoon where there's listed species. So we have stuck to that, and
who's the they that said that?
I'm
when
sorry.
You say they said that, who are
that
the
would have been the hydrogeologist with CDM Smith that did the modeling, the original modeling.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay. I wanted to ask some questions too, and that is in this discussion, talking about the dechlorinization and what we're doing here. My first question is, along the coast now, with the drought, are we aware of any other lagoons that are getting some kind of help in all of the ravaging kind of effects of the drought? Or is this the only lagoon that actually at least we're reaching out to the lagoon to enhance it and to keep the environmental integrity of the lagoon in place as much as possible?
Well, I'd have to research that. I'm sure there are cases, but I don't have the data offhand. But we do have federal agencies watching this very closely. They've provided some of those comment letters that got mentioned earlier. They do expect us to be protecting those federally listed species that are in that lagoon. And that was really the driving force, is to make sure that we are going to be able to defend what we're doing by providing that part of the design feature of this project to put water into that lagoon. I mean, there's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, there's NOAA Fisheries, and those agencies are in particular that we have to be able to work with and to satisfy with how this thing is operating and how that design feature works.
So again, a real benefit beyond certainly our community and assuring that we're not running out of water is that we've been able to do something with our lagoon at San Simeon that probably a very rare occurrence anywhere up and down the state right now. And so we are hopefully able to protect the endangered species And I think that's a real benefit to us as another benefit of why we're doing this whole project. It certainly reaches beyond the community. And I also, again, think when we're having these discussions, because we happen to be in the position of leading the way, I would guess, on this brackish water desal, that we haven't had the opportunity for lessons learned from other places with how they've actually addressed their lagoons and that type of thing. We seem to be the first ones out there, again, in this area of blazing a trail. Director Rice?
I want to be absolutely clear that I don't want to be putting staff in a position to have to defend the estimates and the new agreements under these task orders for CCI and CDM Smith. What I want to do is make sure the staff is aware that I, and hopefully a consensus of the board, support staff in insisting that CDM is responsible for what CDM is supposed to be responsible for, and that you feel that you have the full backing of the board in insisting that we get the right agreements and we get the right things done, and we're not just that. I just want to make that absolutely clear. You guys are the professionals, and so is CDM Smith, and we need to make sure that what's happening is you feel like you have the backing to say to CDM Smith, hey, or CCI, hey, this is a ridiculous way to be doing this. Let's see if we can't come to a better agreement. That's really where I'm coming from, because when it comes right down to it, the entire community is paying for it, and we have to rely on our staff to make sure that that gets done in a way that makes sense.
Any further comment before we move to public comment? All right, on item 4B, we have first Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I really appreciate your concern about the state of the lagoon, because every time we can hear environmental concerns from you as the Board of Directors, it amplifies our understanding of how you have your perspective on the world. But I want to point out that the 100 gallons per minute to the lagoon are to mitigate the effect of the plant on the lagoon. This is not an improvement just for the sake of improvement. It's to offset what we take out of the lagoon. So I think we ought to keep that in mind. I raised the question a long time ago, if you would acknowledge my looking at Director Beringer, other than the President at the moment, but I raised the question a long time ago. If you can drink the water from 9P7, why not use it? But apparently that didn't wash, as we say metaphorically back then. So the lagoon depletes, the emergency water treatment plant depletes the lagoon at least by 100 gallons per minute. And if we don't repair that, we're in trouble with so many agencies, and it's not a new law. These laws have been in effect forever. And we have been obliged to do CEQA studies forever. CDM Smith knows that. They're an international company. We aren't writing new laws by doing our little groundbreaking brackish water treatment. The laws have been on California books forever. And so I think we have to start paying attention to CDM Smith's obligation to know the law, to know, as you put it, President, the actually in statute. You're going to find out in 2 weeks from your counsel, because you asked him to do it, exactly what statutes cover this, and where CDM Smith is obliged to follow the statutes and not double up on getting money from us. I think that if CDM Smith said that we need more treated sewage water, which they did when we have a drought condition, you have to be aware that our percolation ponds are sending our sewage to 9P7. CDM Smith said that would happen. They said it from the beginning. It's happening now. So my urine and my shit are going into the drinking water that this plant is treating, and whenever it gets going, which it isn't yet. But I want us to understand that we should go back, Madam President, I urge you too, to go back and read the description of this emergency water treatment plant. We don't start forgetting the details, please, like the lagoon question. We do not get credit for this in the state. All we are doing is following the law. And if we don't follow it, at least to 100, if you have to start blending it, you aren't going to be able to send the same amount of money to the inject wells. What are you going to do then? It's not producing as much as it's supposed to. I agree with Ms. Dickinson. We're up to about 15 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Schwartz?
I'm sorry, I meant to put down number 5.
5, all right, we'll change that for you. Tina Dickinson?
Tina Dickinson, staff and board. We are at a place that I've never seen in my history here with Cambria before. You all know it. Only a few people in Cambria know it. Maybe from today's paper they may learn more. But when Mari Garza-Bird came to speak to us in a workshop, she said, this is going to be a challenge. But I believe that we are up to that challenge. I don't think so. Just from today and previous agenda items, more and more money. As I recall, and this is really thinking back, the project was supposed to cost close to $9 million. And if I'm not mistaken, there was about a 20% contingency, putting us up somewhere close to $11 million. Those are rough figures. We're way over that. But I want to say this, that I have received, upon request from the regional board, January, February, and March's reports of all the logins on the data for the EWS. In March, 0 gallons went to the lagoon. In January and February, I think it was 3 to 4 acre feet total. And so obviously we've had the problems with the chlorine, and now the problems with the oxygen levels, because in trying to deal with the nitrates, we've created another problem. I mean, it is just absolutely ongoing. And as I can't repeat it enough, you guys had all the comments July 22nd from the regulatory agencies, members of the public, everyone. It was your job to thoroughly go through those and pay attention to them, but you didn't. And so now we find ourselves in this gigantic mess, not only for you, but for the rest of this town. And you can't tell me, because the water board can't tell me, when will this plant be functional? You may say that we have something wonderful, President Robinette, that we've done something that no one else has done. Really? You bet we've done something no one else has done. What we have is a project that is costing way more, is not ready for operation. And then, by the way, the modifications that you keep asking the regional board for, and the tracer test that's going to be done next year instead of this year, no, I say absolutely no. What the regulatory agency, the regional board, is asking for, you need to absolutely comply with and be in compliance with everything they're asking, because this is about the public's drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comment then on 4B, so any further discussion? We're ready for a motion?
I'd move acceptance of the staff's recommendation on 4B.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept 4B. Any further comment?
I think we should look at.
Pardon?
I think we should look at putting production water in there instead, but otherwise, just as a comment.
Okay, thank you, and we need to note that.
I think it might be an interesting thing to have an estimate of what it would cost to do that.
Right.
But we're under the gun of having to put having to dechlorate, and so we got to do it one way or the other. And I would probably estimate that running the pipeline back from that is probably as expensive or more.
Whatever. I think it's silly. You know, in a couple of years, we're going to be able to drink that water that's coming out of that plant, right. And it's just because of the regulations haven't caught up to the technology.
I mean, I've already drank it.
Yeah, but anyway,
I don't have a problem with it.
I've seconded.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those, let's do a roll call vote. Excuse me.
Vice President Clift,
Yes.
Director Berenger,
Aye.
Director Rice,
Aye.
President Robinette.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. All right, let's move to then item 4C, and General Manager Gruber, would you introduce that, please?
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 4C is discussion and consideration to approve RBF Consulting Incorporated Contract Amendment Number 1. The recommendation from staff is to approve Amendment Number 1 to the January 7, 2015 Consulting Services Agreement with RBF Consulting, otherwise known as RBF, for preparation of an environmental impact report for the emergency water supply project application for a regular coastal development permit, and authorize the general manager to execute the amendment to the agreement. With that, I'll turn it over to District Engineer Bob Greshams.
Thank you, Jerry. Madam President, members of the board, this again is a lot of this has to do with the lagoon water, and you know, the discharge location that we have now was driven a lot by time urgency. We did the best we could to get that built on time. We know that we can do a better job of getting the water more directly into the lagoon, and that was part of the design change in Task Order 6 that we discussed a little earlier. That does trigger a number of permits, but they also serve a positive purpose as far as protecting the district's long-term interest and helping it make its way through the regular coastal development permitting process. By putting the water more directly as surface water into the creek, we would end up doing a Endangered Species Act Section 7 consultation process, and that's part of the cost here that's involved. That allows you to have, and it's subject to what the federal agencies agree to, some protection if there ever was an incidental take of a listed species, like meaning a tidewater goby or something like that. So it protects the district. If you don't have that in place, and there was ever any argument, say, presented that like a tidewater goby was impacted, this project would just be shut down at that point. So we're looking at the long-term picture with this task order. It is complicated. We are able to, as part of this, put in permitting with California Fish and Wildlife for a stream bed alteration permit, which would cover where this surface water would enter the creek channel. There would be an Army Corps of Engineer 404 permit, which is a nationwide general permit process that you go through with the Army Corps. There's what they call an Army Corps 401 water quality certification permit, which actually goes through the regional board. And then lastly, there's also a coastal consistency determination process that you go through with the Coastal Commission. But this is, again, all building the case that we want to have a very defensible final EIR on this project, and also have the insurance in place by having that Endangered Species Act consultation process completed. So that's much of the cost that's in this particular staff report for the Addendum 1 with RBF. Beyond that, there was some work related to looking at the evaporation pond, particularly with the birds. Some of the comments that we've had from federal agencies and California Fish and Wildlife is mentioning, you know, we have to do more to mitigate for bird protection out the pond. So we've had some great assistance from our biologist who's doing the adaptive management plan monitoring, Cindy Cleveland, and we've had some good meetings with California Fish and Wildlife representatives out in the site. We've implemented certain things already thanks to the hard efforts of our water department, but we want to do more. part of this is bringing in a bird mitigation expert, Winston Vickers, who would be part of the extra cost that you see here. And some of the extra cost is related to some additional work by our biologist, Cindy Cleveland, that was not in the original scope of work with RBF. So that's the gist of it. And again, I can go into more detail if you wish.
Thank you. Director Rice, you had asked for this item. Did you want to comment now or move to Director Barringer? Okay. We'll take that after we comment. That's how we've been doing it today.
I'm just looking for the particular item.
Vice President Cliff?
We need to do this for the birds, for the lagoon. These are things that have to be done in coordination with the dechlorination, correct? And in coordination with the EIR, expanded scope of the EIR that we did.
There is some connection with the other staff reports that we discussed earlier. So, there's the redesign of discharge to the creek channel, which was part of the task order 6 work. And then there's the change order for dechlorination, which relates to that lagoon water that's going over to the channel.
Okay, and what I was looking for specifically was, I thought I remembered, and I haven't been able to find it, partially because the print is so small, but I'm glad to have the information. So don't give it to, don't not give it to me because it's small. But I thought, and because in this particular, when they break out their costs in this particular for RBF, I thought I had remembered that there was a subcontracting, that RBF had been subcontracting under CDM to do the mitigated neg deck, but then now we're paying for it separately? Or is that, it was never set up as they were a subcontract?
No, your memory is correct. I mean, back in May, June, July period is when we first thought we would do an initial study, mitigated neg deck, which is not as high a level of effort as an EIR. That project didn't go all the way through the completion. We got it circulated, we collected some very good comments, and all those comments are with RBF and being considered as part of the EIR. But to better defend the district, we made a decision to go with the full EIR and to support the regular coastal development permit, and that's what this is all going to be built into. So does that adequately answer your question?
This goes back to just trying to make sure we're not crossing our,
and believe me, I have tried
duplicating. And I'm glad to hear that, and I would like to hear those kinds of things, that you are doing those things, because that says that you're helping us protect the citizens from having to pay for stuff twice.
wherever possible. I've drilled it into them that, look, you have some information from this earlier ISMND. Let's use it. It has to be updated based on the current project, and that's what they've been doing.
Director Barringer?
Yeah, I also noticed that Rita Garcia is signing this. Wasn't she here a few months back?
Recently.
Recently, okay. I just wanted to make sure it's the same.
Yes, same person.
Yes. Vice President Cliff?
No, I don't have any questions.
I move approval of amendment.
We have to have public comment first. Oh. We do have public comment. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
As you can imagine, I might say a lot, but I'm not going to. I'm going to ask you a question about the amendment that you are adopting here. I love, of course, the Old English witnesseth, blah, blah, whereas. But if you would go down on, and I can't tell what page this is on, but it's near the end. Well, no. It's before all the stuff from Michael Baker. What you are moving pretty soon to adopt is, therefore, look at number 2. In consideration of the additional services to be provided, which have been specified, like figuring out what to do with the birds, who are my dear friends, by the way. I'll read it again. In consideration of the additional services to be provided, the not to exceed amount contained in Section 5 of the agreement is hereby increased by $81,630 for a new total not to exceed the amount of $250,080. I would like to know, what is the referent to the phrase "a new total"? Does that refer to the 81, or does it refer to the original agreement with RBF? I will not say anything else. I think the environmental analysis of this is insufficient to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Any, do we have another public comment? For C? Okay, Tina Dickinson.
I'll just make this brief, but if staff and the board, if the board is considering this agenda item, I would have to ask on the bird mitigation, since it seems very apparent to me anyway from my conversations with the Regional Water Board and various folks that the evaporation pond probably will not fly. That's rather interesting, isn't it, with the bird mitigation issues? But why are you spending more money on the evaporation pond if, in fact, what you're actually looking at is the discharge, the outfall in San Simeon? So I think, I mean, what exactly is going on? Where are we heading? And we know that even if that is the direction that you're going for the brine waste, then you are going to be looking at a good number of months, maybe possibly into a year or more, for any of this to take place. So I just have to wonder, what exactly are the plans for the evaporation pond, and why would we be spending money on someone to come out and look at the bird issues in the pond? And I wonder if the engineer can answer that question, because it seems to conflict with what we're learning more and more every day. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no other request for public comment on 4C. Further, any other comments from the board? I do have one for clarification, because I had actually, thanks to Dr. Bettenhausen, I recalled that I also had a question on that exact same part under 2 on the consideration of the additional services, and I'm not sure who can address this. It's really just a question in the terms of the contract with RBF. Is this where it talks about we're going to increase this by $81,630, not to exceed $250,080? Was the $250,080 always the original amount, or is that a new balance?
I'm hoping I can answer the question, although it involves numbers, so anything I say is subject to dispute. The second recital indicates that the current agreement has a maximum of $168,450. Yeah. This adds an additional $81,630. My hope is that if you added those two together, you'd come up with $250,080. I'm not going to guarantee that, because I really can't do addition, but I think this is an additional 81 on top of the 168 that's currently in the agreement.
Well, your time's up.
and I'll stop.
Perfectly timed. Yes. Okay. And that is correct. And I see that too. My original question had been, when we started out on all of these with the cover sheet back in the beginning of this, if I can find that. Okay. Yes. Okay. So so in answer to the question, then, that is the increase, and then the new total would be the $250,000. Correct? All right. I just needed that clarification. Any further discussion? Ready?
I move that we approve RBF Consulting Inc. Contract Amendment number 1.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve item 4C for RBF Consulting. Roll call, please. No.
Director-
Yes. Sorry.
It's all right. Director Berenger.
Aye.
Vice President Cliff.
Yes.
Director Rice.
Yes.
President Robinette.
Yes, thank you. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, we are moving now to the public hearing on 5A. And so I'm opening this public hearing, item 5A, adoption of Resolution 12, 2015, revising enhanced water, conservation measures, restrictions on the use of potable water, and maximum water use allotments. And would you like to introduce this?
Thank you, Madam President, board members. I'm going to let District Counsel Tim Carmel present and go over this staff report with the board. Thanks, Tim.
Members of the board, you have before you again our water restrictions. It was brought back for two reasons. One, we have a restriction in there currently that does not allow the use of potable water for fire drills. And we have to start to clean our lines, our hydrants and our lines, and with that prohibition in place, we wouldn't be able to use that water for fire drills. So that restriction has been eliminated from the resolution. We could certainly add it back in if there was a desire to do so. The second is a reconsideration of the current restriction that does not allow the use of potable water for landscaping or gardening or any outdoor watering. I think you've actually had that issue before you twice before, so I won't go too far into it. I would note, though, that this last week when the State Water Resources Control Board adopted its new emergency drought regulations, they did impose a regulation with regard to the use of potable water outdoors and limit it to no more than 2 days a week. So if you were going to lift that restriction, it would be subject to the state's regulation in place. So we'd probably put some language in to protect us in that regard. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have public testimony. Public comment first is Laura Schwartz.
Laura Schwartz, Cambrian, homeowner.
Monique.
Yes, I'm glad to see that we can test our fire hydrants because I had brought that up a couple.
Mic on, Laura?
Yeah, just maybe lift it up a little bit.
How's that?
That's better. There you go.
Scares myself. Okay. I'm glad to see that we can go ahead and test our fire hydrants because I had brought that up a little while ago after speaking with Chief Miller. That was his concern for many years, and we hadn't been doing that. So at this time, that seems like a really important thing to include. The other part about the outdoor watering, I know it's probably not tremendously popular with some people, but I want to just address that in a very limited way. The outdoor watering, because we can't use any at this point, we're not able to keep our 30 feet around our home green enough to satisfy the fire department. The other thing, too, is that if we have some trees, they're requesting in that 30 feet or demanding in that 30 feet if they have died that we take them down, and it's going to be expensive to take them out. So if there's any live trees now, it seems like it would be reasonable to water them so any more don't die, because it's going to be cheaper to water them now than it is to take out the dead ones. And if this doesn't pass, I would at least recommend having people hire a contractor to water their trees, but it would be much easier if we could just water some of our existing trees to stop preventing more fire hazards. And that's basically what I want to say. And I'm not saying, water lawns or anything like that. It's just strictly for the trees. And also with the next resolution, if they do pass this blanket permit to cut down the dead trees, more than the county is going to be requesting a mitigation. Now, if the homeowner decides that he wants to plant some mitigation trees on his property, He's going to need to have some water to water it with, and it should be our choice as adults what we want to do with our allocations. I'm not suggesting we go over our allocations. I'm just saying let us use it as responsible Cambrians should be able to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to clarify on that 6A for you too. That is going to be continued to another date. We're not finished with all of the details on that, so we won't be actually considering that today. Next on item 5, we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have been doing some research and fortunately have had cooperation from San Simeon State Park. And I have gotten their water use data from 2013 and 2014. And in that span of 2 years, State Parks has reduced their water use by 52%. And Cambria has reduced our production of water. We don't know the use because those data don't come to us, but only 36%. And I hope that when you instruct, as this resolution would, your general manager to negotiate with state parks, that you will make very clear what the EDU is assigned to state parks by you, and what the surcharges then would be, and that you will ask yourself the question, how do the changes we propose for the residents and commercial, although there are no changes for commercial here in Cambria, how do the changes we propose for the residents here affect state parks and visitors there? State Parks is way ahead of us here in Cambria on reduction of water use. Then I ask you a question. In the resolution, you want, I don't know, I shouldn't speculate that you want to adopt it, but you might. In the resolution before you today, it says this, quote, on the first page, on Exhibit A, which you're adopting. Non-potable water use is available free of charge from the CCSD. Customers are welcome to use this non-potable water to irrigate their landscaping. I just want to point out to you that that's what you'd be adopting, and it's unclear to me exactly how you would be doing that, how it's free, but maybe you want to take a look at that before you adopt it. And then finally, the commercial uses have no changes whatsoever. Why not lower the water use allotment to the commercial people in town from 80% to 70% in what you had adopted before? Since the campground has reduced water use by 52%, I think the hotels and motels could do a little more. You make it an option to get new linen every 2 days. Why not require it? I think a drought is a drought, an emergency is an emergency, and we can't keep flip-flopping around in the non-existent water on what we're going to ask people to do. So those are my points. I applaud San Simeon State Park for their very careful reduction of potable water use from CCSD. And I don't know how much that has cost CCSD because the information is not available on the EDUs allocated. Otherwise, I could figure it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, on this item, I brought up 3 reasons last month where it might be possible for us to have the 50 gallons per day, as we're currently allocated, no more, but to have some possible use for outdoors. And the reasons I cited were these. One was revenue, because you guys are hurting badly. That was one. Then there was the wastewater treatment plant, that more water needed to go in there so that we can reduce these nitrate levels. And 3 was to keep the properties around our homes moistened so that there was a lesser fire risk. However, when I come today before you and I know that we have a plant that is not operational, that we do not know when it will be operational. And I have serious concerns about where we are and whether this is a wise move at this point. How do we save the water for fire? We've been getting meetings upon meetings, the SLO grand jury, the fire council, all of this, and yet I would, as much as I would love to be able to just go out and I use 15 gallons a day. 20 at the most. I'd love to be able to just say, oh yeah, I can maybe once or twice a week or once a week go water a few plants. No, I have to pay somebody to come in with no potable. And also, where is the free non-potable water coming from? I think you need to identify that source if that's the case. But while I would love to be able to go use 10 gallons maybe for the few plants that I have, I do it with saving every drip I can, every drop I can. But I think that you guys have a problem here because we do not know when this plant will be functional. And that's a serious consideration for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to now close the public hearing, and we're going to move to consideration of Resolution 12, 2015, revising enhanced water conservation measures, restrictions on the use of potable water, and maximum water use. Discussion?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Yes, Vice President Cliff?
I too saw that non-potable water free, and we need to remove that from.
Where is that we can get that?
We can't get that. We closed that off.
I know. Thank you.
One question that I have, and I understand fire departments' desire to, on a regular basis, test fire hydrants. And I agree that there is probably silt and stuff in that line. But my question is, when you exercise those hydrants, other than just turning the knob to see if it's working, I think Chief Miller indicated here previously, and I think other people have indicated, that when you actually exercise them to test for fire flow, you create a situation in which many consumers within the area are going to see a water quality, or at least an appearance of water quality, that's different from what they normally would see. And I can see a whole bunch of people running a lot of faucets because they have water that has a coloration to it because of the stirring up of that stuff. Now, I don't have a problem with the fire department turning the knob to see that it works, but I'm not so sure that I want to give free expression to the ability to just run out a whole bunch of water, create a situation in which we have a whole lot of water, and if there's some way that could be solved, I wouldn't have a problem. If they could capture the water that they're running out and indicate that it is not a big problem to the consumers in the immediate areas of those fire plugs, then I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. But if they can't do that, I have a problem with it. I have a problem with, and I will not support changing the prohibit use of potable water on outdoor plants. I could just see the headlines. Cambria, who has done such a great job, is now going the opposite direction, whereas the state and everybody else is coming to where Cambria is. We're turning around and going the other way. PR-wise, it's a killer as far as I'm concerned. And secondly, I still believe that we are getting to the point where we're getting the philosophy across that the potable water, treating potable water to the extent and then dumping it on the ground is a cost factor that is applying to all citizens so that somebody can have a garden. Now, I have an extensive garden, but I pay for it either in tanks that I've set up to collect roof water, or I go buy the water at Warren Ranch. It's expensive, but it does say to me what the cost of water really is, and I use it a lot more sparingly than I used to use potable water. So I'm not for making any changes in this at all. I would not have a problem with tabling it for 90 days and looking at it. Where we're at, there's no indication there's going to be any rain, There's no indication there's going to be anything but the drop in our wells, and it's not a time to say, oh, hey, just go ahead and use water. And that's where I stand on it.
Thank you. Director Barringer?
May not get very much traction on this, but maybe I will. I think that we need to make some adjustments. One, I think the governor said that you can't water within 48 hours after a storm. I think that should be added. I think that right now there's a restriction on porta potties, and I don't think we've already eliminated the porta potties, and I think we should keep them eliminated for now. I think that it's a health issue. I tend to think that we should double down on the restriction of water, that the governor wants everybody to be restricted to twice a week for outdoor watering, and I think we could do it once a week and go only halfway backwards. We do have a fire danger. We do have plants that are within 5 feet of the house that could be watered by somebody, and I think it's elitist for us to think that, well, I can just buy the water. I can have somebody come in and truck it in for $40 a week. That's elitist. If somebody is using very little water at their home, I'm not changing any allocation, but to be able to allow them to water a plant near their home once a week, as long as they're under their allocation, we're delivering it to them for less than a penny a gallon instead of paying somebody $40 to use it. So I would make a recommendation that we change it to no outdoor watering except for one day a week, as long as you're within your allocation. Eliminate the porta potties and not water within 48 hours of a storm. I think that the resolution, I would support that.
And Director Rice?
The fact that this item was presented by district council and not the general manager or the engineer or the head of the water department, and isn't accompanied by specific data about how much water we are using, how much water we've saved, how much less water we're using than we had been using, it speaks volumes to me that this is a political rather than a resource management issue. And if it were a resource management issue, I would hope that we would have the data backing up the fact that we have enough water, that even if folks go up to 25 or 30 gallons a day, still under 50, but they're using now 5 gallons a day outside, that we would have the water come the end of summer, because that's really, to me, where it's at on watering outside. We skipped over the nicety of, in my opinion, I think we skipped over from cutting people back to two days a week of watering, and then, no, sorry, no more watering outside. We skipped over that middle step, and we went straight to asking people to not water outside, which feels a lot more strict probably than if we'd had taken that midway step. I don't think it's in any way smart, whether it's resource management or politically, to lift the restriction on outdoor watering. Regarding to, and especially because we don't really have any way to enforce it. I mean, if we say you can do it 1 day a week, I mean, which day and when and what happens if somebody doesn't follow those rules? I mean, we don't have any way, if they don't go over their allotment of doing it, we don't have any way to enforce it. Yeah, and you're going to go around and make sure that nobody else is watering on those. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. So the other thing I wanted to address is I do think there's 2 sentences that need to be removed. We need to remove number 6 about the public restrooms, because we don't have the public restrooms are not replaced by porta potties right now unless you intend to close them again. So we should probably, unless the board thinks that we should close the public restrooms again and put porta potties back out there, we need to eliminate number 6. And then eliminating that non-potable water is available free of charge. Those last two sentences of number 1 seem to me need to be stricken. Regarding the fire hydrants, flushing the line is not the same as testing for the flow. Testing the flow costs a lot more water. Flushing the line is what we need to do, because I tell you what, people might be mad if they see water going on the ground, out on the street, running down the road. But people be even more mad if there's a fire and that fire hydrant is not functional, or it gets clogged up because as it's going through the pump, through the engine, it gets clogged up with whatever's in the lines. So I think that allowing Chief Miller, especially since they haven't been flushed in over a decade, possibly even longer, I think it's important, especially with the level of fire danger, that we actually proactively and let folks know in the neighborhoods. We can make door hangers, right? We can knock on doors. I mean, it's not an impossible task. Shoot, in parts where we flush hydrants that are near the forest, let's water the trees, for heaven's sakes. I mean, there's ways to use that water, and it's not the same as testing for the flow, which would be, I think, not the smartest thing to do right now. But I think we should be flushing them, especially with the fire danger.
Would you be indicating that flushing them with collecting the water and using it somewhere on community property or such, or school or something like that?
Absolutely, whenever possible. And I think Chief Miller indicated that they have the ways to do that.
Because I don't want it running down the street and get a call from Kathy Tanner on every block.
Question for clarification on this fire hydrant, kind of running some water and, for the needs of the fire department. Are there different approaches or maximum or minimum kinds of things that they could do or need to do? Because my understanding was that when this happens, we will have quite a little blowback, so to speak, on residential noticing change in the water for a while.
So when you test a fire hydrant, you do it for flow, and that's one test, and you run it through an orifice, and that tells you if you have the accurate flow, which takes a while to do. And then the flushing that we're talking about, there's two issues associated with that. There'll be color concerns, but there'll also be sediment, because there's a great deal of sediment in the line because it's been a long time. And then after thinking about that, if you have sediment in your line, the only way to get it out is to take your aerators off your sink faucets, because you'll have sediment, you'll have particulates, you just won't have color, you'll have actually pieces of stuff that'll clog your aerator. So the only way to unclog that would be to undo your aerator, which would, those are just things that we'd have to work through. I don't know what kind of problems it would cause. I understand the need to do it and to see if our fire hydrants work, that makes sense. And maybe what I could do is come back and say, okay, it's causing all these problems. And maybe not all the fire hydrants, but just in key areas, high density areas, the largest distribution lines, those type of things. And it would take a little bit of coordination between the fire department, the water department, and the admin department to notify people. One of the comments that were made about if we were allowed to use water outside as long as we kept it in our 50-gallon requirement, the impact that it would have to the wastewater plant and the nitrates, it wouldn't go to the wastewater plant, so it's a moot point. Any additional water used by consumers that's used outside doesn't go into the collection system and therefore doesn't go into the wastewater plant. So if the board's considering, reasons that it would enhance the operational abilities of the wastewater plant, that's a moot point because it would be used outside. The only thing that's going to help the wastewater plant is, well, that's another conversation. We have another time. But anyway, but those are just my thoughts. So I'm not really pro or con. I mean, I just want to just make sure that there will be some water quality issues associated with it. I can't anticipate how severe those would be. But then again, it's also important that the fire department and the community feels comfortable that the fire hydrants are operational. And you don't have to flow them that long to determine that. Mm-hmm. You pop the cap off, you turn it on, you flush it, and as Merle indicated, you could capture that. And the fire department does have a tanker truck. So those type of things. So. I wouldn't even put a flow gauge on it. I would just estimate the amount of water that you've used, and we track that as unaccounted for water when we do our report. So I'm okay, with whatever board's pleasure is.
Would the fire chief know and be able to determine the fire hydrants that he feels probably the most concern about, that do need some kind of servicing, so to speak? Maybe take a certain amount, a certain number, and then let's see what kind of feedback we get from the neighborhood?
Yeah, and I think Justin would be instrumental in working with him on that to determine if there's any. You'll never, I mean, if it's so bad when you turn it on and it clogs the engine, then we got bigger problems than water quality issues. It's never the viscosity or the TDS of the water is never going to be that bad where it's, oh, I don't know, it may be, but I don't think it's going to be that bad, Director Rice. I don't think it's going to be that bad, so.
Yeah, my question was because my understanding on this was that it will be definitely noticed within the, within the residential and the water system. And so I guess my question is, could we try a couple and see how it works, like a pilot? You see how good we are. And then get some feedback from those neighborhoods. Yes.
Yes. May I suggest that since we're actually taking the prohibition out of the of this issue, they can do whatever that they will prudently do what they need to do. So that's not germane. I'd like to move, however, some wording that the restrictions on the use of potable water, that outdoor watering of landscaping and gardens with potable water more than once a week is prohibited, and this prohibition applies to those customers that use less than the monthly use allotment set forth in section B. We eliminate the next word, and we eliminate item 6, and move forward. I move that we make those word changes. Do I have a second?
Well, I'm not finished with my discussion.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not asking for a motion yet.
I was just throwing it out there.
Just saying. But those should come up, and we do need to consider those. One thing I want to clarify, too, and this is a question for the general manager. This is a question for the general manager.
Yes, ma'am.
I know I've heard people say, and I think we believe this, although I have heard something to the contrary, and so I just need to have it clarified. We've been talking about going back to some use of our potable water outside, and now I've heard maybe one day a week, and then how would we monitor that? And then, of course, we could always go back to regions, depending on what your day is. At least you'd stand out a little more obvious if you were violating it. But my question goes back to the idea, the notion that we need to go back to using the potable water outside because of our wildfire state of emergency. But I thought in a meeting with both Chief Miller and it was also, I believe, Chief Nura. No, the other one.
Phil Villers.
Yes, I believe that, in fact, it was him, Chief Phil, that I heard say very clearly that going back to watering outside at this point would not, and it seemed strange to me at the time too, would not have a significant impact on the defensible space as far as keeping certain things green. Do you recall that at all?
Yes, Battalion Chief, we'll call him Battalion Chief Phil from CAL FIRE, when I was in that meeting, it had indicated that. And that was
He
his.
did
That was his,
say that.
That was his professional opinion, and I don't want to speak for him, but I specifically remember him saying.
He did say it,
but he did say that if the plants were already dead, of course.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that have been paying $40 a week to water their plants, and for those to keep them alive is another is well and good. And the general manager is definitely true that it doesn't go into our collection system. It doesn't do anything for nitrates, but the water goes in the ground and it comes back to us. I mean, it's not being sent to the ocean. It goes in the ground and it enhances. It's like rain. So, and the reason I'm bringing this up is that the water that we're getting from Warren is pretty much the water that we have anyway. I mean, we set it up so that people are totally prohibited from using it for their local area. We're able to deliver it to them for less than a penny a piece. And by being elitist, what I'm saying is that, and if people cheat, they cheat, but there's a lot of people in this community that don't want to cheat. They want to just, they want the, we have a speaker that comes here quite often that they save a lot of water, but they'd like to be able to use it and maybe not spend $40 or more a week. And so it's unfair, I think, for us to totally prohibit somebody to legally increase the water in our aquifers by putting a little bit of it close to their house. That's just my point.
Any further discussion? Director Rice?
I wouldn't support the change of outdoor irrigation until I see some data that we actually have the water over the long haul, because we don't have any way to store the water. So the water is the water. The water that is there is the water that is there, and if it doesn't rain, we may not have enough for 50 gallons per person per day. We may not have enough for 25 gallons per person per day, and I sure as heck don't want to be allowing people to water outside if it turns out that in September we're going to end up having to essentially tell people they better go stay with relatives outside of town because we can't provide them any water because we don't have any way to store it.
That's true. On the other hand, just one last comment. The community stepped up to the tune of $10 million for insurance. And we had twice as much rain nearly this year as we did last year. We didn't use the San Simeon Aquifer for several months. I'm not saying we have plenty of water, but we have an insurance policy in our back pocket so that in September, if we do have a problem, we can address it. And for people to get no benefit from their effort is, just because we don't want some headline saying that we're cutting water back to outdoor watering at half as much as the governor wants. Anyway, or maybe we'll address it. I agree with you as far as the data goes. I agree with that. I'll submit to that, and to table this for a month or a couple of weeks would be reasonable, but because we should see some data.
And this is what we've been doing, is bringing this back now periodically. And I think we'll continue with that. Okay, so do we have a motion?
He made a motion, but we didn't have a second.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we adopt the resolution in Exhibit A. We eliminate the last sentence in item 1. We eliminate bullet number 6 and adopt it as written. And with my personal request is to address this as often as is reasonable as far as allowing for outdoor watering once data is available. But that's just a comment. I'm just eliminating one last sentence in 1 and eliminating last 2 sentences in 1 and item 6.
I second that.
Can I have a little clarification? So is your result that we would want to go back to the one day a week?
No,
You passed.
I'm dropping that because I don't think I have the support.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Legal counsel?
Did we really want to strike both the second to last and last sentences, or just the last sentence in item 1?
Just the last sentence.
Okay, thanks.
Just the last sentence, yeah. Just the last sentence.
Which
the last
page are
2
we
lines
talking?
you're looking at.
Non-potable water is available free of charge
Right.
from the CCSD should be stricken, right?
We're striking
Yes.
that, yes.
And then customers are welcome to use this non-potable water to irrigate their landscaping.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, good clarification. Any further?
Oh, I see. Yeah, there are 2.
Any further comments or clarification on this? Okay, we are ready for the question. Roll call, please. Seconded was Director Rice.
Director Berenger?
I don't want to say no. I'm going to say no.
Director Rice?
You made the motion. No?
Yes.
Okay, he doesn't have to support his own motion.
All right. Vice President Clift?
Your turn.
Richard?
I said yes.
Yes.
President Robinette?
Yes. Motion carries 3-1.
President Robinette?
Shall we have a break?
I'd just like to make sure that when we do get back to watering outside, we make sure we implement that 48 hours after a rainstorm as part of our regular ordinance.
Duly noted.
We're going to be
Thank you.
required to because it's in the governor's drought declaration.
Exactly, which is
Yeah.
why I want to make sure that we are complying with that.
Sure, no problem. We'll make sure we include that in the resolution, any
Okay.
changes.
I would like to have then we're going to take a brief recess. We're coming back not with 6A, but we have public comment on 6A that we agreed we would like to hear. And so let's take an 8.5-minute break, please. We will begin then for the last part of our meeting today. On item 6A, we have some public comment, and so we have talked about, and I will say this, we have talked about continuing this conversation where we are all looking for the right solutions to provide for the need for this community. And if we choose, after hearing public comment, to take action, that is our option. That's how we will proceed with this. So first of all, on 6A, we only have one. No, we have several on 6A. Okay. And Supervisor Gibson is here, and I'm going to want to hear from him regarding this. And so the question back to legal is, should we start with public comment and then Supervisor Gibson, would you like to follow after that? At your pleasure, Madam President. All right. I just want everyone to be on first.
Perhaps the general manager will give a very brief staff report.
All right. Why don't we start with the general manager and the report, then we'll go to public comment, followed by Supervisor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 6A is consider authorizing staff to apply for an emergency permit for removal of dead trees in order to reduce risk of a catastrophic fire in the Cambria Monterey Forest. The genesis of this evolved from the results of the grand jury. It also was a follow-up from the recommendations, or at least discussion amongst the CCSD Board of Directors regarding what would be the most expeditious and efficient way to address the massive amount of dead trees that we have, not only on our own property, Fiscalini Ranch, but also the amount of dead trees that exist outside of the immediate community, but also in adjacent to and on private landowners' property. So we brought it back to you. There has been some ongoing dialogue with CCSD staff, the fire chief, and county staff. There are some concerns. There's been some concerns voiced regarding the ownership of pretty much what it appears to be, at least in its entirety, on the CCSD and the cost and the resources that it would require to implement what is being proposed in front of you today. But I think one thing that everybody agrees on, and no matter what that is that there needs to be some steps taken and some actions taken to resolve this situation here in town. My motto with the chief and everybody is just, one dead tree at a time. It's how do you eat an elephant? You don't do it all at once. And so if we look at the problem in its entirety, it can seem overwhelming. But if we all agree on a mechanism and a path in which to reduce the dead trees and a way to do that, working collaboratively with the county, then I think the community and everybody is going to be better off. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move then next to public comment. And let's see, I'm going to put these in order. Okay. Yeah? Okay. All right. Okay, so first on a public comment, we'll hear from Crosby Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam President, Board, and staff. I understand that this item may be continued, so I'll just make some general comments. I'm Crosby Schwartz, incidentally, representing the Cambria Forest Committee. The Forest Committee supports the intent of this resolution to streamline the approval process for removing dead trees. The agenda package is lacking specific details about how the approval process would be administered or what the cost to the district would be. However, we feel that the existing county codes, beginning with 23.05.060 and subsequent, about tree removal and replanting, be incorporated into this permit. The Forest Committee fully supports the recommendation to include a tree replanting plan, and the Forest Committee is available to meet with district staff or the board to work on developing such a tree replanting plan. And we also have a recommendation that the proposed approval or waiver form, as it's referred to, incorporate some of the information that's on the existing county land use authorization or hazardous tree determination form. It's a simple form, one sheet, two sides. It includes the number and type of trees removed, and actually has some guidelines about the replanting requirements. So this one piece of paper captures all the information that you need to continue with a replanting plan, since the number of trees to be replanted, of course, is affected by the number of trees removed. So, and I have a copy of that county form if you would like to see it. It's looks like a standard land use authorization form that's just been modified into a hazardous tree determination form. So, or I can email that to you.
Thank you.
Why don't I do that? I'll email it to the board.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that very much. Next on public comment is Laura Schwartz.
Yes, I'm back. Laura Schwartz, and homeowner and from the Forest Committee. I'm the treasurer there. And I'm going to overlap a little bit with Crosby and another speaker so that we have here. The thing is, the Forest Committee, and just like everybody else in Cambria, we're heartbroken the way our forest is looking right now. Okay? So the thing is, it can look like this again. Okay, that's our goal. Just a little picture here. But so that what we're saying is the Forest Committee, obviously, we're for safety. That's part of being a healthy forest is also being safe. So we, however we need to take down our dead trees to make it safe for the public, we want to do. But we want to make sure that we do have a replanting a program to do it. And an overall, just an overall thing so we can get our forest back to the way it was looking before. It can be done. We need a lot of cooperation from the board, from the community. If we all cooperate together, we can make it healthy and safe. The thing is, with doing this blanket, and this is where I'm going to overlap with Crosby a little bit, there's more to this permit than meets the eye. It's just not making it easy to cut down the dead trees. It's tracking those trees to see how many come out, where they come out from, and that's very important. And again, the Forest Committee is there. We've been dealing with these same problems I've been on the board for 6 years. We've been dealing with these problems long before I got there. As you know, the mitigation, where to plant the trees, where they're most useful, what's best for the community. And that's what we all need to cooperate on. In the Forest Committee, like I said, we can help if anybody would like our help to just advise a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would hope that this would get more specific than it is now. My first question, does every dead tree qualify? And what are the criteria by which you decide whether a dead tree qualifies for cut down? I think that needs to be explicit. The definition of hazard needs to be explicit in this policy. The policy is a universal policy, but having the staff of CCSD carry it out specifically means the public should be aware of the criteria by which they will be making the judgments. The second point, what happens to the area if the tree is taken away totally? Is there any provision for the ecological well-being of that site? Or are you thinking that the fire danger is so crucial that we can just sort of concretize the space around the tree? What happens with the cut tree? Where does it go? And what are the consequences ecologically? That should be in your policy before you start executing the policy. I think that the planting question is integral to the forest management plan, and I would cheer you loudly out in the intersection of Main Street and any place else, Windsor, wherever you pick. I would cheer you loudly if you said, integral to this emergency permit procedure is that the CCSD move forward expeditiously toward enacting and funding the Cambria Forest Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Heinrichs? Did she leave? Thank you. Ken Persinger? Did Ken? There he is.
My name is Ken Persinger. I'm a resident here of Cambria, part-time, part in Oregon. I'm a homeowner at 628 Huntington. Madam President, board members, staff, there is an opinion piece by Steve Provost in today's Tribune. Steve is the editor of the Cambrian, and he says, in Cambria, people wear many hats, and you're likely to see them don each of them in quick succession. So with your forbearance, I'm going to don 2 hats today. The first one represents my years living in Oregon, working in the woods as a forestry worker in pre-commercial thinning and cat logging, setting chokers behind cats, things like that. Based on my experience there and having been in a forest fire that overtook us very rapidly, it was a crown fire, it was moving extremely rapidly, and being around forest fires all my life. I would urge the board to move expeditiously on the blanket permit, whether the CCSD has to handle it or whether the county handles it. I would prefer that the county handle it, as I think you probably would also. They have a process in place. I went through it at my home, so I think they're the proper folks to do it. But in either case, don't spend a lot of time haggling over it. Let's get it done, and let's get those dead trees cut down and cut up and mulched, and the fire danger mitigated in that respect. There are a lot of other things that we need to do, another of which is thinning of the forests where the trees are too close together. But that's another issue. The other hat that I'm going to wear now is that of a reforestation tree planter. In the winter times in Oregon, I did commercial reforestation on the sites that had been logged out in the woods. And I was trained by the very, very best, the man who invented the tool that's widely used in the technique, Hans Rasmussen, a Danish forester. And subsequently, in years later, I became foreman of tree planting crews. I trained tree planters, I supervised their work, and I planted alongside them. So as a tree planter, I would like, here's a picture that I took today out on the ranch, and this is of, on the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. This tree was planted 4 years ago in the first year of the drought. And you can see other small trees in the background that were planted during that time. May I continue?
Finish, please.
Okay. That tree is approximately head height right now. That was planted during the drought and has survived. Our survival rate on that site is around 80% of the trees planted by amateurs on a volunteer. Those trees were watered the day they were planted, and they were watered one other time, and that's it. It's been nature ever since. Next slide, please. Okay, this one you can see more of the trees that were part of that planting. With volunteers, the spacing is random. It's just kind of go out there and plant wherever, which makes a very natural-looking forest. Next slide, please. This tree was planted 3 years ago, in the second year of the drought. This tree is on a different site on the Fiscalini Ranch. Several hundred trees were planted that Saturday after Thanksgiving. That tree is now about waist high. We have a lesser survival rate there. They were watered the first day of planting, and they were never watered again. And our survival rate on that site was more like 50, 60%, something like that. My point being that we have the ability to plant trees now successfully. Let's not say, well, we're in the middle of a drought, and when the drought is over, we'll replant. We don't need to do that. We can plant now. We can plant every rainy season. Once the rains start and begin to water the soil, then we can replant. There are trees available for planting this winter. Green Space has a number of trees, something less than 500. And there is another organization called Growing Grounds in San Luis Obispo. They sell their trees. They have 1,500 trees right now grown from Cambrian seed stock, very importantly from seed here. So there are trees available. Other folks can start trees. It's not too late to start trees now. Fiscalini Ranch will be starting some trees for planting this winter also. So make this part of the plan that we will be not only removing dead trees and diseased trees and dying trees and things like that, but we will also be replanting now and every year in the future. Cambria is in the spotlight right now in California and nationally. Our fire chief was interviewed on NPR a couple of weeks ago, and it was broadcast. CBS is supposed to interview Joellen today, and we'll either be looking back in a year or two and saying, gee, why didn't these people think of this? Why didn't they think of that? Why was this such a devastating event? Or instead, let Cambria be known nationally as a community that successfully faced severe drought and extreme fire danger, while at the same time continuing to preserve and enhance its unique, rare Monterey pine forest. Thank you for letting me go on.
Thank you. And Elizabeth Bettenhausen? No, I'm sorry, we're not on. Okay, I'm saving you for next again. Okay, so there is no further public comment, but I would like to invite Supervisor Gibson now to speak with us.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, let me apologize for the informality of my attire. I was nearby on other business, and when I was advised that you were going to be deliberating this matter. I'm here this afternoon to urge you to proceed with the recommendation that your staff brought forward. San Luis Obispo County staff has spent a considerable amount of time talking to your staff, council, your fire department on a means of putting together a permit process that's going to ease the financial and a process burden on our mutual constituents. And I think to delay this would be a great disservice to residents of Cambria who are facing not only the threat of increased fire hazard, but also the financial burden and the paperwork burden of complying with it. You know, this, we had worked, as I said, for many hours to put forward the proposal with the district being the applicant for this emergency permit. And I'm happy to talk about the details of the structure of that. A couple of things raised in other public comment I can speak to as well on that. There is a system that we believe will work very smoothly. We think that it can be moved forward very effectively. We did see coming in relatively lately concerns by Mr. Clift, and my understanding is that our staff went on conference with Mr. Clift, or members of the board at least, council.
It was the executive committee.
Otherwise, you know, and that each of those concerns can be addressed. I'm happy. I've been briefed by my staff on this. I'm happy to go through each of those matters. But I do believe that, you know, the general sense that there's some liability that would be visited upon the district is a matter of not inconsequential, but it's certainly a matter of manageable proportion. I would weigh your concerns about liability and other impacts of moving forward with this against the liability and the impact of doing nothing at this point. We have CAL FIRE and your CSD FIRE folks out inspecting right now. We have folks calling and asking how they can comply with the inspection permits that are put forward. And you know, what we're proposing here is a process by which the permitting fee, which would normally be $126, would not be visited on either the district or the landowner who needs to be dealt with this. A simple matter of a waiver form, which has been discussed by your council and county council, could move liability properly to the landowner, and we can get going on this. So again, I'm going to urge you to move on this today. Our county staff remains available to help with the next steps that this initiative would require, and I am available to answer your specific questions. I have Mr. Cliffs in front of me here, and I can go by on each one of them if you're so interested.
Thank you
for the chance.
Appreciate it very much. I think our first question now, anyway for me, is I certainly do agree that time is of the essence. I think there's no question here that everyone knows time is of the essence. So I would like guidance from the board if we feel prepared at this time to make a decision. Do we want to continue with this conversation now?
Well, I got a couple questions, very, very basic questions. Last time when we talked about the grand jury report asking us to declare an emergency, I felt very strongly that we didn't have the authority to do so. It had to go to the county to actually be the emergency declarer. That's what I understood. And I'm confused, and our responsibility is water, wastewater, parks. We aren't, our authority, our charter doesn't have us as forest managers. yeah, we have a fire department and we have a fire danger, so there might be a nexus there. But I'm puzzled, dismayed as to why the county is unable to be the applicant. That's the question. And if that can be clarified for me, then I would possibly move forward. But I can't see how we can. So that's my question.
Supervisor Gibson, would you
sure.
like to respond?
That's very simple. You know, what we're operating under is a permitting process under our local coastal program, and the county is the administrator of that program. The responsibility for removing these trees rests with the property owner, and the expense of that rests with the property owner. The permit doesn't necessarily have to be directly issued to the property owner. We have many instances where permits are applied for by agents of the property owner, and that doesn't require any jurisdictional, I defer to your counsel to advise you on that. There is no jurisdictional or authority problem in your district being the applicant. You do have the authority and the responsibility for hazard mitigation through your weed abatement program, which is going to be including dead trees at this point. And the county simply in order to be able to issue a permit that can then be essentially passed through to Cambria residents to get this work done, the county simply needs an applicant. And we can't apply on behalf of ourselves because we don't hold the requisite responsibilities or authorities for where the work actually gets done.
But the district, unless I understand something different, we don't have building and or planning. We don't
land use.
We don't have any land use authority.
This does, again, I would ask your counsel to weigh in if he would be or you would be inclined to ask him. We've walked this through. This doesn't amount to your building authority. This amounts to your facilitating a hazard reduction under the emergency declaration that this county has had in place for some 14 months right now. And you know, there's no conflict with your mission, no conflict with your authority for you to make this application. And we can talk again about the details about how those lines of authority run.
You know, the basic concern here, and you've got a lot of my questions, but they fall around one basic concern. You have a process in place for handling this problem.
Yep.
And why all of a sudden do you want to pass that to us in terms, not just, I understand that, yeah, some people might save the permit costs money, but you can save that yourself already by just using CAL FIRE's listing. You don't have to send an arborist out there. You've got CAL FIRE already marking the trees. So that's $80 of your 126 that you could eliminate from the fee right off the bat to save people money. But what you're passing on to us is determining when is a tree dead. You're passing on to us keeping track of who takes out a tree. You're passing on to us the obligation to inform people that it has to be replanted and to follow up and make sure it's replanted. You're passing on all of those things that you already have the right to handle. And you're passing on one other thing. We have to apply for a regular permit 30 days, within 30 days of the emergency permit. That regular permit is challengeable to the Coastal Commission, and you know, and your staff already knows that challenge will come. And now we're on the hook to deal with the Coastal Commission, and I don't want to be in a position of dealing with the Coastal Commission in an adversarial relationship when we're dealing with them on other issues. So you're setting us up for all of the problems, and you're walking away saying, oh, well, I saved money for each individual person. You can save that out. Now, you can waive the fee. If you're going to waive it for us, why don't you waive it for every citizen in this area in an emergency basis? And use CAL FIRE's listing. It'd be a very simple process, and you can handle it, and you can take care of it. And then we're not on the situation. We have no authority to order somebody on a improved property to remove a tree. We don't have that authority. We have the authority on unimproved properties and on our own property, but we don't even have authority on a lot of the area here. And you're trying to pass that off to us when you already have that authority, and you should be handling it yourself.
Well, if I might respond through the president. Mr. Clift, I disagree on all points except the last one. Yes, a follow-up permit will need to be handled. I'll get to that. The CSD is not responsible for determining what's a dead tree, except those trees that you would declare dead as part of your inspection of unimproved lots, which you would need to do anyway. The way we've worked it out is that instead of using the arborist, we will use the determination of CAL FIRE as to whether a tree is hazardous and needs to be removed. That will be made on a property-by-property basis with a very sophisticated database that tracks them to the parcel. And the permit, as it was envisioned to be issued, would be issued for a certain number of trees within a process to determine whether that needed to be adjusted. Should a property owner step outside the bounds of that permit, the necessary liability release would put the responsibility on the property owner. And I'm going to go through my list. If you'd like to discuss each of these, I'm happy to do that.
Let me stop you there for a second. Who determines that? Are we going to have to issue the permit to the individual?
No.
Let's ask these questions after he completes his comments.
The CSD will not be issuing the permit to the individual. The individual will be, as envisioned, and this was after extensive discussion, would be signing essentially a liability release and an acknowledgement of the rules under which this permit to remove a tree is being issued. And it would,
why do you need us?
Well, we need you to be an applicant so that we can waive the fees for this emergency permit instead of making each of our mutual constituents who needs to remove a tree come in for a $126 permit and a thick application. So, you know, the issue of determining who the dead tree is, yes, you know, the CSD would be asked to keep track of where trees are removed, as you are doing with CAL FIRE. And I would submit to you that it would be reasonable for this district to step up and do that clerical job as an effort to help out mitigate a significant hazard.
Can I also just kind of interact here a bit? Because I know we're after the same thing, a good partnership that will be effective to support this community to reduce the possibility of wildfire as much as possible with defensible space. That's really, to me, how I look at why we're having the conversation. It is my understanding, and I will just ask this from the audience right now, would you raise your hand if you've already had an inspection by CAL FIRE? Okay, so some people have had the experience, and you may want to weigh in or not, but my understanding, because I did question the battalion chief in CAL FIRE that's in charge of this carefully, about how this would work, because during the discussion when we were first starting with getting going with the defensible space inspections, we met, Vice President Clift and I met with the general manager and with the sheriff and the local fire department and CAL FIRE. Now, my understanding is that CAL FIRE and our departments working with them too cooperatively are making the inspections. And I said, so then I said, what happens at the end of the inspection? And my understanding is from CAL FIRE that they will either give approval that they have defensible space that's required, or they will give them a citation to correct certain things. Might be a removable, might be that they're removing a tree, and it could be any kind. It could be a Monterey pine or not. Then when I was talking with Matt yesterday, he also said we're under an ordinance that we're only looking at one replacement tree, that it's not the 4-to-1. So all of this kind of continues to evolve. It's good information, and it looks like we can, you know, find a pathway that first and number one protects the community, that we definitely work together on this. And CAL FIRE seems so key to me. They have the list of what's to be removed, and when it comes to trees, we're talking particularly trees here, they have the list. I said, well, what happens if you give this citation to someone and they don't carry through? Well, my understanding at the meeting was that CAL FIRE, when they give a citation, they come back. they don't not come back. So there's accountability there for the homeowner to take care of this.
Absolutely.
And it is at the homeowner's expense. So then they come back. So then I was still interested, and I said, so what happens when you come back, whatever timeline it is, and it's not been done? They said, well, it's a citation, and they will then appear before a judge, which I thought, wow, get back. That's pretty serious. They're not kidding at all, and they shouldn't be kidding. So my understanding is that CAL FIRE's the lead on this for identifying these trees for defensible space. That's really how we kind of got into the whole conversation. They go out, our people are with them too. They either issue a citation to remove a tree or other things that are dead or dying that are a hazard, or they can't see as far as defensible space up through the sky, and you've got to do some trimming with trees up above. So there's a lot they look at, of course. If they issue the citation, then they do come back. When they come back, if it's not been taken care of, then you will be appearing before a judge. And when you appear before the judge, it's not just a little friendly talk, it's a fine. And apparently it's a pretty hefty fine. So I believe those things in the process of protecting the community are established. Now,
If I could speak to that process,
yes,
what you've said about CAL FIRE's authority and responsibility for addressing those trees they see as hazardous is absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to that, the landowner, under our local coastal program, requires a permit. And this is what the county is trying to make as easy as possible, is for a landowner to receive the permission to remove that tree. That's a necessary part and part of the roles and responsibilities that this multi-agency team is working on.
Could that work where CAL FIRE gives us a list of the trees they've said need to be removed, and that then qualifies as permission under a blanket permit?
Yes, that is exactly how this process was designed to work.
So then are we just working on further details? Because to me that seems fair to everybody. It seems like a partnership. The point, and Matt made this very well yesterday because this was another interesting thing for me. Because I used to help plant the seedlings a long time ago when we were going out on the ranch, and then we've continued on with that. But it was that we have had in county requirements, if it's a Monterey pine, then you replace so many. Now, Matt said, but this doesn't fall under that. It falls under an ordinance. He knows the ordinance. He said you only have one tree to be replaced. And it seems that everybody had agreed also that that can't happen at this time, even with Ken's good comments on replace it now. It's still something we need to consider. The replacement might be after the drought.
If I might speak to that.
Yes.
Absolutely. So the number of trees I'll leave to the experts on the ordinance per dead tree removed, but there is a replanting requirement. We certainly could enforce that replanting requirement, but it doesn't seem to make sense to do that in face of a stage 3 water emergency that this community is under. Within our ordinance, we have an extended time frame for compliance, and we're going to work within the flexibility of that time frame, which is something on the order of 10 years, to defer replanting to such point as when we can come up with, first of all, the idea that we're not in crisis drought situations, so we might have some water to get these trees started. And second, as the conversation evolves in Cambria as to what the eventual look of this forest is, we want to talk about where the best place to replant those trees is. And if you were at the workshop here in this hall a couple of months ago, you heard forest experts tell us that it makes a difference where we plant in terms of the overall long-term sustainable health, which is where we're headed, as to where we do that. So what we propose under this situation, this permit approach that we're talking about, is to use the maximum flexibility within our existing ordinances to defer the replanting to a point where we know that we have the resources to do it and that we do it right. And we don't see that there's a fundamental difficulty in doing that.
Well, this is what I keep hearing too, and I look at this as long as we're all comfortable that no agency is like out of its jurisdictional responsibilities, no burden of liability is placed on any agency, county or CSD, that this is a matter of when it's time, there is a list somewhere. And again, Matt said, you know, it could be a one-to-one replacement. Where it goes depends on a forester's good assessment of where it will do the best good, because we have a forest, as we all know, that's been out of control, and that's part of why we're in the situation we're in. And we don't want to just recreate another, you know, in 80 years, 100 years, another same situation. But the other part of that is, too, when and where we plant, it would seem to me there will be money sooner or later involved. And how is it we get the homeowner to maybe pay ahead, and who do they pay it to, and who's going to keep the paperwork and the money? Okay. But it still seems to me that on the other side of it, when that tree or trees is replaced in a place that seems more suitable because a forester has given us some guidance, it would seem that we would work with one of the folks around here, like Green Space, that maybe has seedlings ready to go. Ken had mentioned Green Space, and I know that too. I think it's a good partnership as far as I can tell. But somewhere we have to get money up front so that if that time comes and Green Space or whatever group is going to do some replanting, they're going to expect to have some money for that.
Ms. Robinette, at the point, let's separate what we're attacking right now, which is the forest fire hazard in this community. That is the motivation for bringing this initiative to you. The question of where and how trees are replanted is a detail that we can work out. It's an important detail, I will grant you that. It needs to be done in a thoughtful and professionally substantiated manner. Right now, our ordinance requires that a tree be replanted. Now, how that happens, whether money is paid to another group to do it, or whether the landowner with their bare hands digs the hole and lovingly puts that seedling in the ground, really doesn't matter at this point. What I can tell you is that the responsibility of doing that replanting eventually rests with the landowner. We do, yes, need to track who is going to be responsible for replanting how many trees. That seems, frankly, to be a simple clerical task that could be accomplished on a legal pad with a pencil. But you know, that's not the deal breaker here in terms of working on the problem that's before us.
Director Barringer?
I'd like to, first of all, could I ask legal counsel if I'm off base? Because what we're doing is we're getting a land use responsibility that we don't have authority for. And perhaps we could have and our boundary is a water boundary, and the forest is bigger than we are. I think somebody that has a broader responsibility in the unincorporated area of the county should be the applicant. Perhaps even Green Space could be the applicant. But I think that we're taking on a responsibility for a given property owner that we don't have the authority to follow through on, and that's my basic point. You know, the fact that we do it, we should do it, but maybe it's not us. That's my conundrum. What's your take on that, Mr. Carmel?
Well, the baseline issue here, excuse me, as to whether we have the, first of all, we're not acting in a regulatory capacity when we're an applicant with regard to this particular issue. We're acting as sort of a conduit permittee, if you will. We're the shell by which this passes through. So I think we have the authority to do it. Certainly it's outside the purview of what we're authorized by law to regulate and to operate, but that's really not, that's not the function we're performing here. So I think if the question is, can we do this legally? Yes, we can. It's a very broad policy issue, as you know, as to whether we want to step into this role. There are a number of unanswered issues that I think we could develop answers for. We haven't at this point in time. So, I mean, I hope I've answered your question, and I think there are a number of other organizations that could probably serve as the applicant. I think the purpose in enlisting us is because we have direct contact with a very broad base of people, our constituents and ratepayers. So, again, there are a number of issues that are not resolved. I think the supervisor is correct that staff has talked and sort of talked through generally how to do this, and I don't have any doubt that we could probably come up with a viable mechanism should we dance down that path. We're not there yet, but I think the purpose of this item was to get that process initiated. I sort of contemplated that we'd be back here probably at the next meeting if we did go down this path, with either questions or something very formal that will explain a lot of the issues that we're talking about. The monitoring issue, the revegetation issue, the replanting issues, those all are issues that could be grappled with and addressed and resolved, but we really haven't at this point in time.
Right. But I can see 9 years from now, the CCSD trying to make sure that a person has planted a tree. It's more than a legal pad. Anyway.
Would it seem feasible at this time, because I do think this is a critical time is of the essence, and we are having a meeting on the 28th, 2 weeks from today. Does it seem reasonable that we would have legal counsel work with staff, a continuation of some things they have already started to talk about, to come up with a plan where everyone feels that their bases are covered, so to speak, and bring it back then with detail of what it's going to look like, so it can then, you have then the advantage of helping us with county. If we can do that, have it back by 2 weeks from now, ready to go, people are comfortable, then you can intervene and have it become effective with your end immediately.
Well, Madam President, you're certainly welcome to direct your staff and counsel in any which way you want. The remaining details to be worked out at the point that your general manager brought this forward to your agenda were not of great consequence. We had general agreement, and we were down to perhaps wordsmithing certain forms. You know, I just don't see, frankly, that that's this big a deal. What I've heard in the discussion here is an effort to find reasons not to do this rather than to find reasons to move forward to get an identified hazard reduced in this community. You know, I can suggest to you that if you were to move forward and apply for this emergency permit, that would put in place the necessary formalities of working forward. We can grant you an emergency permit. You don't have to take it. You can write us back and say thanks, no thanks. For some reason or another, this isn't right. But we do have a few more steps that we will have to do in order to get an emergency permit in your hands. I think it is absolutely the right thing to do. I don't think that it visits any considerable amount of extra work or liability upon your district. I think if we're talking about a true partnership between the many agencies that need to work on this problem, that this is a minimal step in supporting interagency cooperation. I would remind you, with respect, that you have a fire protection authority within this community, and it would seem to me best for you all to be working as quickly as you can to facilitate your residents' ability to mitigate that hazard. So, you know, you will proceed at the pace that you will proceed. The county stands by ready to help you in any way we can. As to Mr. Cliff's indications of moving forward to the Coastal Commission, yes, if we go down this route, yes, that will be a requirement. We are prepared to initiate those conversations. We are prepared to be your advocate on that behalf. You will not need an outside public relations consulting firm to move this project through its necessary regulatory hurdles, if you want to call them hurdles. You have an emergency here. The county has recognized that emergency. We will be drafting a letter to you tomorrow in response, Madam President, to your own letter of about a week ago regarding what authority we operate under. We operate under a drought emergency declaration that includes fire hazard that was passed by our board in March of 2014. And the state knows of the fire hazard in this forest. There is no question that we are covered to move forward in an emergency-based, in an urgent fashion. And that's all that we were trying to do at the county, is to help your residents fulfill their responsibilities to mitigate the hazard that so clearly exists to this community. So it is up to your board, certainly, as to how you want to participate or if you want to participate in this. Again, we have experience working through the variety of issues, both legal and regulatory, and we're ready to do that. So that is basically what I have to offer you.
I want to clarify just a couple of things. And again, I appreciate that we're both, but I will take slight exception. I in no way have been disagreeable with where you're trying to go.
Didn't say you were.
And I kind of understood you to say that we're kind of all against this. And I just want to make sure we clarify that that is simply not the case, at least speaking for myself, and I haven't heard that here. We're not resisting. We want to solve this. We want to be partners. There's just no question there. The thing that you said a moment ago, and it really is reasonable, I think, for us in 2 weeks from today to have absolute spelled out details that people feel that, yes, it reflects everything that you have said here today and that the questions that we've asked, that is not unreasonable, I believe. But the one question that I come back to, and I will just ask it straight out again because we must go in with our eyes wide open. It seems that you are saying that we must do something here, and certainly we must. But it also seems that you're saying no matter how we proceed with you and we work out details so that everyone feels that we're all where we need to be, that is good. But you're saying, and this is the one thing that caught my ear, and you're saying that no matter how we go, how we proceed together as partners in this, how we're trying to streamline this and make this simpler for the homeowners, that it will be something that Coastal gets involved with. Did you say that?
Well, if we go the route of an emergency permit, we have to notify the Coastal Commission. We have to go through a regular permit process that will certainly draw their attention. But, Madam President, I would point out the entirety of your jurisdiction lies in the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission is a fact of life, and their authority is not going to be avoided. And I would submit to you that the County of San Luis Obispo has years and years of experience understanding and working through the issues that are important to coastal staff. I'm quite confident, and I'm certainly happy to be the prime advocate to move to coastal staff and explain to them the urgency of this situation. And CAL FIRE at the state level will explain to them the urgency of the situation. I will point out that I was not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that your board it has been obstructive about this. I am here to urge your proactive participation here. We have a process in place that will work. Anybody with a dead tree can come down to our planning department, fill out the form, write us a check for $126, and if we can't put something better than that together, that'll go forward. And if that's what we want to do, that's fine.
I don't see any deal breakers. I see us wanting very much sincerely, both agencies, to make this work for our community. I absolutely have no doubts on that, and I think we will and should get there. We must. So I'm thinking it will be very helpful if we now have whoever we need to have, staffs work together, give us the details completely so that everyone's all on the same page and understand who's responsible for what, and work this out. That's where I am. I'm here to provide you the information and certainly recognize your authority to move forward as your collective board sees fit. So, you're absolutely your choice on this. Again, my office is available, our staff is available, and I'll leave you to deliberations or further questions for me if you have them. Thank you. I think we will, as a
I have
board,
one further question
where we want to go, but
before we go.
Your question.
Under the declaration of emergency drought situation, does that give you and the board the authority to waive the fees?
Yes. Even without that, we have the authority to waive fees, and that's why we were looking for an agency, your jurisdiction in particular, to make that application, because we can, without board action, waive the fee of both the emergency permit and the subsequent processing of the permit that would need to go forward.
But you could go to your board, and your board can take the action to waive the fees.
Sure. We don't even need to go to our board for certain parts of that.
Yeah.
It's done.
The $80 part, you don't.
No,
have to
we
go.
can't waive it directly to a resident. We can waive it to an agency. But we can't waive it, we cannot waive that fee to a private party as a gift of public funds.
But as part of what we're trying to work out here, they will benefit by what we're trying to get done together today.
To the tune of $126 and a couple pages of paper.
Yes.
Madam President?
Director Barringer?
Yes, can I think that Mr. Gibson's discussion was very persuasive. I think that, as always, I'm the person that wants to move forward right away. I mean, yeah, we could wait a couple of weeks for some details to be worked out, but I'm sure the details are going to be worked out. So I'm just giving you a heads up that I would be willing to move forward on this if we wanted to put it back on the calendar, and we could do it. We could approve this perhaps as is, pending details to be arriving at our meeting 2 weeks from now. I think that would be a way to go.
To
in other words, we would
work out the details and bring it back.
Conditionally approve. Conditionally say that we're agreeing to authorizing staff to apply for emergency permit or removal of dead trees, with details to be presented to us at our next meeting, and that will also give the opportunity for the county, if this has to go before the Board of Supervisors, it saves a week or maybe two, because we need to act. If it is an emergency, we need to act.
We do. We need to act now. It's a conditional approval and agreement that we're going to work this out, and I recognize you need to leave right now.
I'm sorry, that was a bit of personal business.
No, and I know, and so please know, we are certainly, I believe, from where we are, conditionally good. We want to see the details. It will get done. We'll work it out. But if you would like to leave now, I understand.
Madam President, let me complicate this just a bit while we have the supervisor here. And I'd be remiss not to mention this. During our discussions yesterday, was it yesterday?
Was it on yesterday?
It seems like it was a week ago. And a sort of a critical issue came up, and that is the way we've worded this and the way we worded it when we published this agenda was directed to an emergency permit. There is another mechanism within the county's tree ordinance that addresses another process, specifically hazardous condition trees, and it avoids the permit process. And it's actually a highly expedited, efficient, cost-wise program. I'm not sure it fits, and you know what I'm talking about here. It's I can read it so it'll be more specific. So they have an entire tree removal permit process. They also have exceptions to that process, exceptions to the tree removal permit requirements. A tree removal permit is not required for the removal of trees that are, this is one of 5, in a hazardous condition which presents an immediate danger to health or property as determined by a county inspection, provided that such removal is allowed by letter of the planning director and subject to the standards set forth, and then it talks about the tree removal standards, which kicks in the replacement requirements. That expedited, much less costly process seemed to fit at least a fair amount of the trees that we're talking about here that have already been identified by CAL FIRE as extremely hazardous. That discussion took place. It was somewhat nebulous, and it's why we're sort of coming here today with a couple of issues that haven't been resolved. I know in just briefly talking with Supervisor Gibson, he has his own concerns with the utilization of that process. But I need to throw it out there because the way this is worded, we'd be directed to apply for an emergency permit, not necessarily work with county staff to determine a mechanism suited to remove the dead trees in Cambria. So I think, and I know Merle certainly knows what I'm talking about there.
Right. And one of the reasons why I wanted to continue this to the next meeting is that we had a pretty good discussion yesterday.
We did.
And we had some good ideas come about. And I don't want to negotiate a contract in public here, just you and me arguing back and forth over the thing, and you accepting my deals and me accepting your commitment to do something. I want it in writing, and I thought that we were getting pretty close. And within another week or so, I think we could be there in some ways. But I want to, if I come back to this board with us being the applicant, I want things in writing from your staff as to what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, and research on these other alternatives. Just us arguing here in public and reassuring each other, we're not going to. You and I aren't going to get anywhere that way.
Through the chair,
if you want to know the truth, I need some things in writing. I need the things indicating who's going to who. I agree you will support me when the Coastal Commission comes after me, but are you going to support me financially, or are you going to only support me with your good works and knowledge of people that you have there? Who's going to pick up these costs and things? And until we have that laid out, I can't commit the money of this district to do those things.
Through the chair, if I might, I'm not here to argue nor to negotiate. I am here to reassure you that I think we can get this problem solved.
I think we can too, and I think we should let them do it.
Maybe I should rephrase that. I don't see that it's a problem. It is an accommodation to our mutual constituents that I would hope would hasten the removal of the hazard that this community is facing. The provisions that your council has read to you are what's called a land use authorization. And in the discussions, again, I was briefed by both our planning staff and our county council. It was as an accommodation to a board, your board, who may not want to apply for an emergency permit, that they suggested this was a path. They made it clear in those discussions, I am told, that this was a rather distant second choice to moving forward with the emergency permit approach that they had outlined. They do tell me that it raises concerns because it is further pushing the boundaries. We're trying to be flexible within our coastal zone land use ordinance and our local coastal program. Within the emergency permit and tree removal process, we understand the boundaries that we're working in. If we go the land use authorization process, one, your council indicated it covered many, but not necessarily all trees that are of concern here. And the second part is that that's stretching the envelope a little bit further. The main concern that our staff has about that is that it would bring extra scrutiny from the Coastal Commission, that they would be most likely much less inclined to follow that path than to follow an emergency permit with the necessary analyses. So, again, I'm trying to do something for residents who need to pull a tree down. And, you know, I understand that your responsibility to look carefully at this. All the discussions we've had at the staff level suggest that there is not an overwhelming cost that is likely to be borne as we move through these things. The matter of dealing with coastal issues through the commission staff, and if necessary, the commission, is something, again, that we have a lot of experience. We were planning to do that as a staff function in support of a public good. Whether that comes to a more substantive thing, I tend, with 20 years experience in this, to think not. But it's just a matter of how we want to proceed here. And you know, should you bring this, you know, should you proceed along the path that you've indicated, that's fine. We'll have the necessary resources in place 2 weeks hence to answer any questions that might be residual.
I think that sounds very reasonable, that we're close, we're moving in the right direction together. We'll take a little more time with staffs and actually see the full description of what we're doing and get there.
President Robinette?
Director Rice?
Before we make any direction to anybody, I haven't spoken up yet, and I'm about to explode because I haven't spoken up yet. So if you don't mind.
We do not want you to explode.
And I don't want to explode. Folks probably are aware I am very much a supporter of the forest and forest health and the safety that is absolutely, it's not easy to live in a forest and have the fire safety levels that you would have in a city. It's just not the same. When you live in a forest, it's a whole different animal. Restoring the health of this forest should be the responsibility of any agency that is responsible for land use and fire protection. That puts both of us on the hook, the county and the district, to me. We're on the hook also because it's in the local coastal program that the forest management plan should be adopted. At the beginning of this discussion, when we were going to table it or continue it, my question was, well, what happens in the meantime in the next 2 weeks? If somebody wants to go down and take out a tree, they can go down and get a permit, right? So this is a paperwork burden and a financial burden, but let's stop talking about the burdens of people. This is a forest that needs some help, that is causing us an exceptional danger because of the dead trees, but also causes us to have high property values, and it causes a lot of us to be quite happy that we live in a forest. And right now, it's doing really badly. And all politics aside, that is really where the attention needs to be, in my personal opinion. Whether we continue it or not, the fact is $126 is a very small part of the expense of taking out any tree that is of a size that you have to get a permit. It costs way more than $126 to take out a big tree. Way more. Anybody who's taking out a tree where the cost of the $126 permit is the problem for them won't be able to afford to take out the tree. And that's the bigger part of the expense that we should be worried about for those folks. I don't think that we should be applying for an emergency permit unless we are committed as a board to implementing the forest management plan in cooperation with the county as part of a program where we either fund it from general fund and then going forward look at some kind of tax base to do that, where we put something to the voters about how do we fund this, because this is everybody's forest, but everybody owns individual trees, but the forest belongs to all of us. So it's a very hard thing to kind of parse where do you go on that front. And to me, you have to set politics aside, and you have to be willing to say, hey, this is about making a healthy forest. I tend to rely on the folks that know what they're talking about when it comes to forest management, and they say, I saw pictures. Trees are growing just fine. It's not great. They're not as healthy as they would be otherwise, probably, but that's true of every single plant right now. If we're going to go into the process of doing an emergency permit, which means a regular permit, that also means that we're going to have the attention of the Coastal Commission. That also means that we're going to have to do things that we should be doing anyway. This is ESHA. The entire town is ESHA, environmentally sensitive habitat area. The whole town. If we're going to work with the county on this, I don't think that we should, as a district, be applying for a blanket permit unless we're willing to step up and say the follow-through is going to happen too. It's not just about compliance when CAL FIRE comes around and says you have to take that tree out because it's dead. It's not just making sure they take the tree out. It's making sure that follow-up, which has to be done by the county, did you replant as required? That's my experience in the NCAC and the Forest Committee. That follow-up, they don't have enough folks at the county in code enforcement to do that follow-up. It's not realistic to expect that it will happen. So that makes that part kind of almost a moot point if we don't, it's like, yeah, we can let people water one day a week, but we don't have any way to enforce it if they don't. So unless we're dedicated to actually implementing the forest management plan, as it says in the local coastal program, it actually says that the county should work in cooperation with the CCSD to implement the forest management plan. I believe that's an exact quote. And the reason I know it is because I think it's something that we need to do and something we will have to do as part of our regular permit for this emergency water supply. Okay? This is not something that's just a side note. I fully support doing everything we can to make this as easy as possible for everybody in town to be able to take out the hazards and make it as easy as possible for them to get seeds or small trees that are from stock from this forest to replant. Best time to plant a tree is yesterday, always, drought or no drought. Best time to do this is when we're ready to step up and actually do what we need to do and negotiate instead of all of these little things about whose liability and people doing waivers is we step up and start negotiating with the county about how do we implement the forest management plan in a way that makes sense, because the forest management plan would then have built into it ways that we can make sure that people who would need to get permits can get permits. That's where I stand on it. I don't think we should be applying for the emergency permits. We want to work with the county to reduce the paperwork load. The spirit of the regulation, I would imagine, is that the county wants to make sure that people aren't just taking out trees when they shouldn't be. They also have the expense because it costs money to send an arborist up and make sure it's a tree that's appropriate to be taken out. Those things are, all the spirit of all of that makes all the sense in the world. Let's not mess with the current system until we're willing to step up and actually take the responsibility that comes with taking the responsibility to help folks out.
So are you suggesting that each person go and apply for their own permit?
I'm suggesting that I think that that's one of the better ways to go right now if we're not willing to actually address the issue of the forest. Because we're talking about individual people, landowners with individual trees that are part of the forest that we all own. And if we're not willing to manage the forest we all own, then I don't think that it's appropriate for us to say that these individual property owners.
Are we, however, in what we're trying to resolve and to partner with the county, we are looking at this under this, of course, declared wildfire emergency for this community. The question I have is, from what, again, I understand, not all the things that CAL FIRE would identify as a tree that needs to come out are necessarily Monterey pines. And we're talking here now about adding on certainly an important thing that does need to be addressed in this community, and that is the forest, restoration of the forest. But are we now sliding off the fire emergency and kind of tying ourselves up with attaching the forest plan too?
Absolutely not. I personally do not think that we are sliding off in that way. And here's why I say that. Anybody who has a dead tree that didn't die this year should have already had to address it, and it hasn't been addressed. There isn't really a good mechanism for ensuring that the entire health of the forest happens without a plan that's funded. And in the immediacy of the emergency, whether we tell staff to go forward right now or not, there's still timing involved. And the only thing it seems to me that we're actually saving anybody is the cost of the permit and having to go down to the county. Is that true?
Yeah,
and then how do we know who has to replant?
Well,
and where?
I just did a quick kind of number fix here. If the county would waive that $80 they pay for an arborist because they take the CAL FIRE listing, that would leave $36. And I would bet you we'd be better off reimbursing our homeowners here $36 rather than the costs and problems we'll get into if we do that. And then we can talk about things like the forest management where you can actually then manage, so you have some place to manage it.
Right. And I don't want to have people waiting around for us to try and work out something with the county when they could be doing something right away. Yeah. It seems.
Well, they can do it right now.
And I also don't want to put a whole bunch of extra paperwork burden on the county. But that seems like that's part of what the county has to.
And that kind of was part of the conversation the other day with Matt, is having everybody come in one by one, and how can we avoid that? That was exactly what it was about. On the other hand, I keep reminding people, this is all related to the wildfire emergency that we have, and CAL FIRE is going on with or without us. They are already identifying certain trees. It doesn't have to be a Monterey pine tree. See, that's the thing. This is not restricted to a forest conversation. This is what's planted in people's yards, and it needs to come out. And if it doesn't come out, these people will, if they choose not to take it out, if that's their choice, then it's been my understanding that they will be cited and they will need to go before a judge.
Which would address the emergency part of the issue.
Yes, because CAL FIRE's not kidding, and I'm thankful for that.
Madam, may I suggest something? We talk about a 2-week time frame, but actually, next week is agenda prep week, and it's a 4-day week for us because Friday's our SDO and Monday's a holiday. So to bring you a good product by the 28th is unrealistic. In other words, to negotiate and get all these things worked out, we can try, but that gives us Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday because we need to deliver the agenda packets for the 28th on you next Thursday. If we don't deliver them to you next Thursday, then it's going to be the following Tuesday, which is 2 days before a board meeting. So we talk about the 28th, we talk about 2 weeks, but we're really looking at distributing the 28th board packets on next Thursday. So I kind of chuckle when the comments were made in the beginning of the meeting about we didn't need this meeting. You know, here we are 4 hours into it and we haven't got to the budget yet. And can you imagine what the 28th would have looked like if we didn't bring these things forward on the 14th day? We would have been there for 16 hours. So we needed this meeting. It's important. I just can't guarantee you that we can bring you the product that you want by the 28th. Now, an option is, because there is a considerable amount of deliberation that still needs to occur and we still need to work some things out. The other option is allow us to continue that dialogue and work through some of these things and then have a special board meeting after the 28th relating specifically to this issue. And that's just, I'm just as a general manager and the administrator, I don't want you to ask us to bring you a good product and something you can all feel comfortable with in an unrealistic time frame.
I think this is too much of an emergency to try and get all of this stuff done. I think we need to be telling homeowners to go now, and if we can find a way to get some cooperation on the expense or ways that we can help reduce the paperwork burden for the county, we should do that. But we shouldn't be. And I don't even think we should be entertaining anything other than telling people they need to go and make sure that they get their trees taken out.
Question. Actually, back to Supervisor Gibson. Because all of these are reality and good points. See, CAL FIRE, of course, has already started. There are people that already know. They have their citations. They need to take action. Is it possible, since when we talked with Matt yesterday, the CAL FIRE inspection actually waives the need to have the arborist? And so could we, because they don't want to hold the property owners up. They've got a citation. They've got a timeline. They have to get this done, or they are going to have to go and get a fine. And so rather than going, is there any way we could do a partial blanket? What would happen if we made an exception? People that have had CAL FIRE citations that need to remove a tree, no matter what kind it is, or other dead or dying vegetation, rather than then needing to follow in that step-by-step of going to get the permit and the arborist coming and all of that, is there any way that could be waived for those people who have now had an inspection and are now cited by CAL FIRE as you've got to take that tree out?
Well, as folks come before our planning department asking for their permits for tree removal, it's our standard procedure to work with them as flexibly as we can. That process is no doubt under consideration within our planning department right now. So, I can follow up with Matt about that. The idea was to make that quite explicit within the structure of the permit process that we had discussed, and whether that plays outside that permit process or not, remains to be seen. But you can be assured that we in this instance are in the business of making it as easy as legally possible to get the job done. So that's something for our county planning staff to work on.
Because it almost seems like for people that have had these inspections, time is of the essence for them. They, I'm sure, have a timeline from CAL FIRE. If we at least got the first part done, which is actually protecting the community right now with the removal of the dead or dying trees or whatever it is that needs to be removed, that seems to be our first and foremost thing. The thing we seem to be still wanting to resolve is, and so at least we have a paper trail. We have CAL FIRE's report. Hopefully they could just give us a list of homes and what needs to be removed. So we have a bit of a tracking device from them. But then maybe we do come back and talk further on the very idea of the tree replacement and who's going to hold people. If it's a tree that needs to be replaced based on a county ordinance, then maybe we take that up as a second phase. But we don't hold the people up right now that need to get through.
There's no indication of holding the people up. Someone who comes and applies for a permit, they're going to be issued a permit upon the appropriate application and payment of fees. A number of people have been tracking this discussion, which has been not fully vetted in a notice public hearing, but it has been discussed at a number of public venues as a possibility, and are wondering how long they might delay pending the action by the necessary agencies to get this done. Again, I go back to your authority to proceed with this or not is completely your own, and I'll leave that to your decision. Should you choose not to go down that line, the county continues to work with its residents in this unincorporated community to get the job done as best we can. We don't really need to come back here to talk about replanting because we would be operating under our normal permit process, and we will work with individual applicants. So it's either a question of whether the district wants to get involved on behalf of all the applicants within its potential applicants within its jurisdiction or not, and we can go either way on that. It seemed to me a good idea to try to ease paperwork and financial burden, but we're going to work to do the best we can with the district's participation or without the district's participation.
So if at this time someone comes in, the only thing they have is CAL FIRE has said you need to remove this tree and that tree. They've given them a citation. So now they're coming to the county, they're paying whatever their fee is, and I agree with Director Rice, if they can pay the fee, that the bigger fee is paying the tree removal. That is a very excellent point. But the person goes in, and even though CAL FIRE said the tree needs to come out, they're still going to need to pay for the arborist visit.
Again, I'm just not sure as to how that works through the details of our permit process.
Because that takes a while for the arborist to get there, too.
Well, all of these things are the reason why we're trying to go through this streamlined permitting process. But, we will, I can assure you, on behalf of our mutual constituents, make it as easy as we possibly can. We see the path forward under a blanket emergency permit. We'll deal case by case as the very best we can. If we don't have that, I mean, we'll get the job done. We're in business to provide this service and to uphold the elements of our local coastal program. So we're working on it. But so it really is a matter of whether the district wants to participate or not. And, that's a discussion amongst you and your staff.
I think we would just for the timing because, again, it's been a while, but I've gone through this process, and it takes a while by the time you go in, fill out your permit. It's not about the fees. It's about the time for the arborist to come, then take the arborist to give their report, and then back. Then you get a permit, I believe, and then you can remove a tree. But what I'm looking at here, I'm listening to General Manager Gruber, too, and we seem to be very much in a time crunch. So
we also have the issue that there are only so many people who are qualified and able and have the equipment to take trees out, and we have a lot of trees to remove. So even just the amount of time that it physically takes to do the work.
Yeah, it's all going to back up.
If you can find somebody to do it for you.
Countywide or anywhere. So it does still seem to me, though, that it would be good to try to get the blanket permit, because by the time you go into the county, fill out your paperwork, wait for your arborist, all of this, wouldn't we, even if we had and I hesitate to use the S word, another special meeting, wouldn't it make better sense to take a breath? We're all wanting to get something to benefit our community and move forward on a blanket permit. But we won't have it ready for the 28th because it seems it just wouldn't be possible. But as soon as we could call a special, one item, I repeat, one item, a special meeting to see where do we want to go on this or activate it. How do we get it activated so we don't have this stream of people from our community starting to go one by one in and pay their fees, have an arborist come, and we're trying to avoid that. Now, and I'm going to ask Elizabeth, did you have any citation? Do you want to tell us about it?
We had to cut down our 2 Monterey pine when we bought the property. They were both seriously infected trees, and they were both on the northwest side of the house, meaning there was, from our perspective, and the arborist certainly, an imminent danger if there was a significant wind. And so this was years ago. We no longer have trees. We have cacti.
I know you do. Yeah. But has anyone here had an inspection where they've been told they have to remove a tree yet? Okay, so we don't have that yet. So that's, I mean, from a very small sample here, at least we know not just everybody is having that happen. So maybe we need to take the breath, work with the county to try to benefit the community. That's what we're very interested in. And General Manager Gruber, you will need to bring this back with details for us to consider when it seems plausible and reasonable and sane for you to pull the key people together to have some details, but we don't mean them by the 28th. But the sooner the better. Right now we don't have any way of knowing that we have this big line going down there, but we still need to get it solved. And we need to regard Supervisor Gibson's time today and willingness to work with us, and we want
Absolutely.
to do that.
If I just might, we are in a declared emergency by the county, by us, by the state. PG&E has a specific public resources code, I believe, that they do tree trimming and tree removal under related to their power lines. The experience has been an interesting one when PG&E does those large projects, and several years back there was some reliability trimming as opposed to safety trimming that caused some problems, and there was a blanket permit. Perhaps, although that wasn't the most smooth process in that case, maybe we can take some lessons, and the county can take some lessons from the way that PG&E has their permitting done related to tree removal and under that code, because we are in a declared emergency, which is not the exact same thing as what PG&E has the authority to do tree removal under. But there's no reason why we couldn't at least look to it, to if not use as a model, to take lessons from. I think that we should also be urging every Cambrian who can to get that tree removal done now if they've got a tree that has to be removed.
Director Barnes.
I hate to extend this. We've been going on and on and on, but this subject, at least I can talk to it, because when we leave here, we can't talk about this anymore, right, from the Brown Act. But I want the other directors to realize that I don't have any opposition toward working with the county and being an applicant. I think it would be a sign of good faith. The county's been a good partner with us, and we want to make sure that we continue to do so. So I'm no longer, if I can be convinced that it's legal for us to do that, I'm for doing that. And I think it is a great opportunity for us to have an issue before the Coastal Commission that everybody is going to support. And I think we need to make sure that we have good relations with them, and this is a good way to do so.
Well, I would think, yeah, the coastal would not want to stand in the way of a fire.
Well, and I think cooperation, I don't want to look like
So are we're in agreement then that
as soon as possible we can bring it back.
As soon as possible. And we do respect how much burden you have and limited staff, so we will let you tell us when it's reasonable and possible you'll bring it, and that's what we'll do. A special meeting, one item.
And I would like, if you don't mind, the involvement of both you and Director Vice President Cliff, because you were engaged in that initial conversation, and
It was good,
and
yes,
to bring
we'll just build
to
on
bring
it.
you something without
Get it done.
having you re-engaged in the process would probably be not in our best interest. So
Yeah,
if
we will
continue
be
that
happy to
process.
be there to support, and we seem like we're well on our way to making this happen.
I move that we
So
move on.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gibson.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. What time did you tell us we needed to go?
Well, we called Shalene and told her that we'd be there by 3:30, so we're okay. We can.
We're good with the budget?
Patrick
Okay.
can present this, and we can go over it and really take comments, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, then let's turn to 6B, and introduction then from, going to have our finance budget manager make the introduction, or General Manager Gruber?
I'll go ahead and introduce it and turn it over to Patrick, but this is discussion, item 6B is discussion and consideration of the draft, the budget for fiscal year 2015, 2016. We wanted the board the opportunity to have one additional look at the budget this year. We've met with the budget committee. We'll continue to meet with the budget committee. So you'll have 3 opportunities to look at it. You'll see that there's a little bit of a different format than in the past. And also what has been added to this is the EWS, which is a huge part of the budget. And there's 3 components of the EWS. There's the actual operating cost on information and invoices that we've received so far. There's an anticipated cost for what we believe it will cost to not be in operation, and then there's the capital costs associated with any improvements that we need to make, or any past improvements, or any things that we've spent on it so far. With that, I'll turn it over to Patrick and allow him to just briefly cover the different departments. And just really quick, Patrick's done a great job since he's been here. I just got to always give him kudos. He's hit the ground running and has done a really good job. Not only is he doing this, but he's also responsible for all the staff, pretty much all the staff in the office now. So we've restructured, and anything to do with billing, accounts payable, accounts receivable, customer service falls under Patrick's direct supervision. So he's handling all the staff who are doing a great job in the office. In addition to, I think he's probably the only finance manager that really understands the billing process now, and he can get the bills out and everything. So with that, Patrick, I'll turn it over to you, and thanks.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, members of the public, we have a great staff. That's why I'm able to do my job. The only intent that we have today was to present a very preliminary budget so that we could get feedback. There's a lot of detail in here. I'm not going to go through the detail, but I would appreciate if, when you have time, when you have questions, you can send me an email, or you can call me, or in some way communicate to me that there's something in here you don't understand or you don't agree with, and then we can try to address that. What I'd like to do this afternoon is briefly summarize the proposed budgets, kind of go over the format with you a little bit so you understand how we're trying to present it, and then go over some of the assumptions that we've made so you understand where we're coming from on that. To summarize, I really want to focus on the fact that we have 3 funds. In the past, we've kind of looked at our cash availability as one lump sum, and in fact, we have 3 funds, and we need to start focusing on 3 funds. So basically this year, the general fund, the budget we're proposing, is a balanced fund. Most of the revenues in that fund come from taxes, and we've tried to constrain our expenditures to live within the taxes we receive. The water fund has a deficit of $412,446. $254,000 of that is attributable to department operations, similar to what we've had in the past, and $158,000 of that is attributable to AWT, Advanced Water Treatment Plant operations. I'll refer to that as AWTP if you don't mind. And I'll talk briefly about the cause of the deficit in a few minutes. And then the wastewater fund has a projected deficit of $207,000. And I'll talk about that when I review the budgets. Right now, the way the budget's presented is we have for each fund, there's a summary page, or two in the case of some of the funds, and then a detailed page. And on all of those pages, the first column shows the current year budget, so you have something to compare to. The second column shows actual expenditures and revenues through March of this year, so it's 3/4 of the way through the year. And then the next two columns show the remaining balance. The fifth column shows the proposed budget. It's not labeled proposed. I'll do that for the next meeting. And then the next two columns show the actual dollar increase and then the percent increase in each line item. There's 30 pages to this budget almost, and there's like 30 items on each page. So there's a whole lot of detail here. And by showing you where the changes are, hopefully that'll kind of help you to focus on the areas that we're trying to manage. We're trying to manage all of them, but with 1,000 line items, that's difficult. So that's the format of the budget. The assumptions, we're assuming property tax revenue is going to increase 2%. We've experienced a slight increase this year, and we expect to experience at least a 2% increase next year. The cost of living, we've budgeted a 3% cost of living salary increase for employees. We're negotiating with both fire and SEIU, and hopefully that's going to be close. We've had a significant increase in our PERS retirement costs this year. Traditionally, PERS has calculated our contributions based on a percent of employee pay. This year they changed that calculation to have two components. One component, they charge us a percent of employees' pay based on the current employees, what they need to collect for the current employees' retirement. But our unfunded liability, which is substantial, they've changed the way they calculate that to where they want a fixed payment now, a fixed amount every month or every year, so that we can pay down our unfunded liability in a fixed period of time, rather than just having it as a percent of whatever our current employees are paying. That's maybe not the best explanation, but the bottom line is that we're going to pay $140,000 more this year than we paid last year with essentially the same salary. The fire department is actually doesn't have as much unfunded liability as SEIU, so their contribution went down $68,000, but SEIU and management employees went up almost $200,000. Those were the assumptions. The water department, okay, let me go over this. In the water department, we're projecting $59,000 less in revenue than we had budgeted this year. The conservation efforts of the community have resulted in, instead of a 20% reduction in consumption, we're experiencing a 40% reduction in consumption. We had made some mid-year adjustments to account for some of that, but the bottom line is we project we're going to have even less next year than what we projected at mid-year, which is about $60,000 less than the mid-year budget, but it's about $250,000 less than the beginning of the year budget last year. So it's substantial. In water, we're going to have an increase of about $50,000 because we're adding a staff person in water, which has already been approved and which is essential. And then last year we changed the way our overhead, general administration overhead was allocated based on departmental expenditures. In previous years, we had actually calculated what we thought each area and administration was providing to the various departments and funds. I believe that it's more accurate to do it that way, and so this year we went back to doing it that way. Instead of allocating costs based on what the expenditures are in each department, we're allocating costs based on how we actually provide service from the administration department to the other departments. That resulted in a fairly large increase in water and wastewater and a fairly substantial decrease in the fire department, because fire department expenses are fairly expensive, but the actual administrative overhead that flows to them is less than would be indicated by what they spend. So at any rate, the water department has $216,000 this year more in admin overhead that they have to absorb. So those three things are the main reason that the fire department budget, or the water department budget, has gone up the way it has. The advanced water treatment plant has the three areas that Jerry talked about. Just the main thing to understand is that when the rate study was done, it was projected we'd have a 20% reduction in water sales. We've had a 40% reduction in water sales. So instead of getting $1 million to cover the bond payments and the non-operating periods, we're going to get $800,000. That actually, the $800,000 actually covers our costs, because the rate study included a 20% contingency, and because of that, we're going to actually have about $60,000 more in revenue than we have in expenditures in that area this year. The news is not so good on the actual operating side. On the operating side, the rate study projected a $220,000 in revenues and $220,000 in expenditures. In fact, we're only going to have about $150,000 in revenue, and we're going to have $363,000 in expenditures. The reason for the additional expenditures is almost completely due to environmental regulations that have been encouraged since since the rate study was done. And so we're going to basically have a substantial deficit in operations. So the two together, I had it just a while ago, $221,000 deficit contributed to the water department fund. I think that's what I wanted to say. And in wastewater, we've experienced substantial, not unplanned maintenance this year, and so we're projecting some unplanned maintenance next year. Not unplanned. We're projecting more maintenance next year, which is going to result in a deficit of $207,000 in the wastewater department. I guess the bottom line here is that staff would like to move forward with a rate study to determine what our real true requirements are for rates in the future. I'm going to try to, at the May 28th meeting, I will try to come in with a projection of what we think the fund balances are going to be in each of these funds at the end of this year, and then look at what the impact of next year's budgets are going to be and project a fund balance for the end of next year. I haven't been able to do that so far this year, but I'll give that to you at the next meeting. Basically, we're just looking for input concerning specific line items, or just in general what you think. That's it.
Thank you. Is there more?
That's part of I really didn't talk about the general fund. Do you want me to, like, one of the things that we did in the general fund was we took money that we had considered applying to purchasing a fire truck, and we moved it into the Facilities and Resources Fund so that there would be some money available for removing trees, dead trees, on district facilities. And I think I spelled it out in here. That was the main thing we didn't. Was there something else you wanted to mention? Okay. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for the report.
Okay.
Do we have Discussion, question, or should we take public comment first?
I'd like public comment first.
I think so. Okay. Guess who's up? She knows. Come on. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to raise several questions about the initial introduction to the budget that you have been receiving just now, and in your, my time's not up.
Well, when you're having fun, you know how that goes.
You might prefer, but I speak yet still. My first question, I just heard reference to the 40% reduction in consumption in this town, and you will know from the emails I sent you with the tables I developed that there is no indication in your documents as a district whether this is data-based or speculative estimate. I still want to know, do the data show of actual use that we have actually reduced our actual use by 40%? You have been reporting that for 6 months to the state, but I want to see the data, please. I want to ask some questions, not about the numbers way back, that's too complicated, but if you would number your 6B, page 1, 2, 3, I want to ask some questions about 3. Page 3. You say that there will be a reduction of revenue because of water conservation. I would like to know why, if we continue to conserve at the levels we're conserving, there will be a reduction of revenue. This isn't explained enough for me to understand that. I understand what was just said about attributing the allocation administrative costs as they're now done. I assume that next year there will be much less service provided by the administration to the water department because this whole project will be up and running. So I don't quite understand how that projection was made there. Conservation is a big issue. You have an effect certainly on revenue if you have water conservation, but your conservation program in this budget is reduced to just about nothing. You have $34,000 that you're going to spend. You don't specify how. But your policy on conservation, as reflected in this budget, does not match your PR standing about conservation in the state of California. I want to ask about the additional operating revenue from the AWTP, because that depends upon when it operates. And you've got a projection here as to the operating revenue from this plant, which isn't in operation yet. And so I'm interested about how much you are speculating it might actually run in the next fiscal year. It says that unanticipated extensive monitoring and environmental requirements. Why did you unanticipate them? Why are so many costs here put in because you didn't anticipate environmental requirements? And finally, I could go on, but why? On page 6, and there was reference made now by the finance officer, on page 6, you refer to the necessity for a new rate study. I'm just fascinated with that need, because it's one of those occasions where you hire a consultant, and I like Bartle & Wells, but you hire a consultant without having stated first what your long-term policy is with regard to water, wastewater, conservation, fire, etc. You hire the guy to tell you, but you haven't filled him in on what kind of flavor ice cream you're actually ordering. Oh, it's been fun today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Okay, so now to the board for comments, questions, and we'll start then with Director Barringer.
Okay. Real quick, first of all, I like the approach. I really like the approach of you pointing out very clearly that we're no longer going to fund the water and wastewater departments out of general revenue. I'd like to see that. And it's very, very clear that you need to, that we need to have I don't know a rate study, but we need to adjust the rates in order to survive. The assumption, however, of running the advanced water treatment plant was based upon 6 months, I guess, when we first came out with the budget for how much extra we're going to get on water coming through the plant. What was your assumption for this coming year as to how many months or weeks it's going to run?
2 months.
Okay. All right, good. That's and that exacerbates the problem, because we planned on 6 months. Now we're only going to run it for a couple months, probably for the future, because we know what the capacity is and what our needs are. So I just wanted to bring that up. I think it's very good, and I like the way it's being approached, and I don't have any other issues.
Thank you. Director Rice?
Well, since the other two of you are on the Budget Committee, hopefully we can get through this really quickly. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version. Okay, here's the things that I would be addressing if I were on the Budget Committee and could more fully flesh them out. And hopefully the Budget Committee will take these suggestions, and as well as our finance person and general manager. So we have some policies that this actual board, not just a board that of the CCSD, but this actual board have put into place that are not funded in this. And the budget is the mechanism for us to provide the general manager with the resources to implement the policies that we put in place. I think you know what my first one might be: conservation. It's nowhere. It does cost in multiple ways. It reduces the revenue, and it costs money to do. Tough. This board passed and paid for a plan for water efficiency that Madhouse suggested $300,000 a year would be appropriate. Even if we did half that, even if we did a quarter of that, right now we're doing 0%. Not appropriate. We spent a lot of money on that policy and we implemented it. This board did that. Second, on advocacy, we have agreed to a 2.5-month trial run with Dean Flores. We don't have, the money is in the budget to have that continue. We never had a discussion of the board of whether or not that advocacy was something we should pursue. We just talked about whether or not we should hire Mr. Flores and his firm. We never had the discussion about whether it would be something that we should be doing. And it's a lot of money when we're talking about the deficits we're talking about. We're talking about half the amount of money that we would be short for the water fund, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around that vicinity. And that would be continuing that without getting the report and doing the reevaluation that President Robinette had suggested when we approved that. I'm not against it, but we never had that discussion. We just decided who we would hire. We never had a discussion about whether we should hire somebody. That's what was missing for me in that process. The fire equipment replacement, I understand we have to deal with trees, but maybe this is one of those things that the reduced allocated overhead, we could still find money. We should be setting aside at least 10, 15 grand. Let's just stick it in a little account so that there's at least something there. I mean, even if we get a loan for the majority of it, let's at least give the fire department the respect of showing them that the board cares about equipment replacement. Because I think that we all do, just like everybody in this town does. Nobody wants a fire truck that's going to be not functional or that has to constantly be repaired, which is what we've got going on right now. Even if we just set aside the amount of money that we're using to repair the equipment over there, that would be a good. We're missing a formal reserve policy. I'd like to see something, and I'm going to leave that one there. Instead of using the rates revenue to pay off the loan, hopefully we will be getting grant fundings coming in, hopefully. Fingers crossed for the next budget year. We're not counting on it right now, I understand that. But let's try and think about how we're going to use those rates revenues for operating costs, because it's clearly what they're needed for. I fully 100% support a rates adjustment. However that is achieved, it needs to be done 2 months ago, and I fully support staff going forward on that. And the other thing that I didn't see here that I know that we do have and may need to be adjusted somewhat, because I saw it last year when we had Bartlewells here, the capital improvements plan, capital projects plan, whatever you want to call that. it'd be nice to see kind of some of that bigger picture and how much of that we're going to try and get done. Since we now have fully staffed water and wastewater, it'd be nice to see kind of what we're going to attempt to achieve. And maybe this year we don't do anything except make sure that our folks are trained to run the plant, the new plant that we just built. I mean, that's a plenty good goal for me for this year. There were 3 goals for the board. The dealing with the grading, environmental, whatever needed to be done over for the dog park, right? In the rodeo grounds area?
That was number 3.
That was number 3. Sorry, I'm going in reverse order. No specific order of importance, just the order they happen to come in my brain. The second was, one of the other ones was the pursuing the regular permitting for the emergency water supply.
Number 1.
Which is, number 1, which is also extremely important, and I don't see a whole lot in this budget that seems clearly going in that direction. I see a lot of money being expended. I just don't. It'd be nice to see how this budget addresses those specific goals that this board approved at the beginning of the year, as opposed to just, because this is about how do we give the general manager the resources to implement the policies of the board, not how do we give the general manager the money that he says that he needs to run the district necessarily. We, of course, want him to give all the money he needs to have to run the district. But the reality is that we need to make sure we're not having, we're not wagging the dog. This is about the board setting the policies that need to be implemented and then funding those appropriately from the money that we actually have and can get.
What was goal number 2?
I don't remember. But it'd be nice to see the budget with the context of that policy context, because it is important, and I appreciate this is another chance to see it, and especially in a much more raw format coming straight from the staff. And I understand that we're in the early stages, but were I out on the budget committee, these would be the policy things that I would be raising. So I'm done.
But thank you. Points well taken. Any additional discussion, comments, questions?
I just
Vice President Cook?
say thanks for the input there, Director Rice, and we can surely follow up and see if that the budget committee can provide you that.
That's good. Okay, at this time then, we are not taking, excuse me, Map My Walk is telling me how far I've rocked back and forth, I guess, in the chair this afternoon. Pardon me.
She's taking a walk.
Oh, shh. I guess it's right. I know. I usually use it when I walk, but apparently I have racked up quite a few miles just rolling around in the chair. Okay, we are at, let me get this. We are, today then, this concludes our special meeting, and we don't do anything else but adjourn, so thank you all very much for your...
Closed session.
Yes, we're going to return to closed session, and thank you all for your comments and for being here.